Welcome, one and all, to the Opus Magnum Tournament 2024. This is Week 6, Thermal Fuse. This puzzle had an interesting route to the tournament because I think it was about the end of December. We're playtesting, and this puzzle was nowhere to be seen on the playtesting channel server. And Yosh was like, "Are we doing a Week 0 puzzle?" And I was like, "Yeah, I guess we am." So let me, troll through my backlog of puzzles. And there was, a period about a year ago where I was messing around with, triplex polymers. And this was the most promising one of those. So I post it, and I go, "Here you go." The original version of the puzzle had a 2-atom input, just like most of the other puzzles this tournament. And then I caught that and went, yeah, actually, I think we actually have too many now. Let me just... this is a good candidate for, 3-atom stick, because the 3-atom stick, it keeps the ratio nice, but then you have to ask the question, where are you debonding the triplex? Are you debonding one or both? How are you rearranging them? So, it was, provided an interesting question to this puzzle. And, I finally got a good excuse to get away from the 2-atom reagent for a bit. No elbows. Yeah, and I got away from elbows as well. So, this is kind of the change of pace that I thought was well suited to Week 6. And, yeah, the height metric was the one that really nerd-sniped all my playtesters and was a big part of the reason this is a scoring week and not a Week 0. Because, yeah, people were having a lot of fun. Shadow Cluster was able to push for his second actual area puzzle, because, let's admit it, last week didn't count. And yeah, it just seemed like kind of perfectly spaced in the tournament, and it was really fun, and a lot of people liked it.
Height, the secret fun metric.
Height's rarely not a fun metric. I think it might be, the most underrated of the metrics that we have.
Yeah, it kind of gets it
Gets
gets
real good.
a little of the shade that width gets, except that height has none of the problems that width has. It actually works with the way you create things in Opus Magnum. You're building a ship in a bottle, but the sides of the bottle are not abrasive and catching your tools.
Width is just height. It's like, hey mom, can we get McDonald's? We have McDonald's at home, and width is McDonald's at home.
Yeah.
Oh, let me actually
Honestly,
download.
for me, the fascinating thing wasn't really so much the width. Because width we've seen, and width is a metric where the primary is, sort of trivial. So it's all about the secondary. And you putting P in the secondary only for the second time ever, that was interesting.
So you can thank Panic for that suggestion. He was the one that went, what about period secondary? And I'm like, actually, what about it? And everyone got cooking. Alright, doing the final copy paste, which I forgot to do. I'm a little surprised at how, because area, I was umming and ahhing about cost or area, but then I kind of already had my 2 cost puzzles, so I'm like, alright, let's see what depth area actually has, because we had polymer area last year, and that was sparse polymer area, so this is more of a traditional polymer area. So I was a little worried, is it going to be a little basic? But then Shadow Cluster actually pointed out to me something important about the puzzle, which I won't say yet, that made area a lot, cooler than I was initially expecting. So I'm like, alright, cool. We have our 2 metrics. Okay. I think now's as good as time as any to kick things off. So we will be starting with height, and we will be starting at 47th place with a height of 6. In fact, 6 height. Oh. Hope you like the lemon clicker I've got going. kind of good because it only works when I left click, and I'm right clicking all the time. So
Excellent mod. No nuts.
shout out to Mr. Puzzle for that one. There were a few lemon bets placed, so I think we'll be able to talk about them more at length later when we get to the lemon betters.
Okay. Is Tim Dude a new submitter?
I believe so, yes. Tim Dude writes in the solution notes, I don't consider myself to be all that good at the game, and this may end up being my only tournament submission, but I'm proud to have reached a solution to this puzzle at all.
Welcome to the tournament, Tim Dude.
Oh yeah, good to have you around,
And yes,
Tim Dude.
we make hard
welcome.
puzzles here. So the fact that you've solved it at all means you're doing something right.
Yeah, we were talking briefly.
I think this
Oh, you go.
solution illustrates really well the challenge of this puzzle. The two of them, really. The first one is that horizontal bond, which you can't keep, and the other one is triplex in a small space.
So the cool thing that I liked is that this puzzle has a few different, I guess, while we're at the basic level, I'll describe what a monomer is. A monomer in the context of a polymer is like the repeating structure. So there are a few different repeating structures for this puzzle. This one uses what I'm going to dub the naive monomer, which is this one, which is the basic one, which runs into that horizontal bond problem that Fiesta describes. Because as you slap those ones together, you have to like slap that horizontal bond and this the verticalish bond. The verticalish bond is fine, but the horizontal one isn't, because that you can't just like slide it left, or else like you'll clip into your bonder again. So you have to do this up-down movement, which is not good for height or area. But yeah, it's this kind of challenge that the base game doesn't really like. You never run into this kind of shit in the base game because tournament puzzles are hard. I wish I could make them easier. I really do, but the community is just too good. So I have to throw curveballs like this into tournament puzzles.
Yeah. It's kind of a similar problem as Assassin's Filament, and there's a reason everybody hates that puzzle.
Unlike Assassin's Filament, there are ways around it though. So no one hated the puzzle.
Yeah.
Alright. Moving on. We will come down to a height of 5. Starting... Oh, wait, that's an area solve. I'll save that one. Here we go. Alright, height 5. In fact, it's the only scoring height 5 that I'm going to show, actually, so I'll just say height 5. Welcome to the tournament, Well with 1L. It's not a name I think we've seen before. So usually when a height puzzle's posted, it's like completely 100% trivial to get min height. But it's actually not here with the polymer because of that, because of this monomer. If you don't see another monomer, it's actually a huge pain in the ass. Say it is possible to do it min height with this monomer, but it's very hard. And you have the other monomers. So yeah. I kind of, when you're designing polymer puzzles, one of the things you have to pick is what is the monomer that's actually shown on the tray, because this kind of like guides how people think about the puzzle a bit. I could have like made it so that it was like this, the thing that showed on screen was this, this 6-atom brick that pops up here. Like I could have made that in the, what shows up here, but then I don't get that like cute little misdirection of showing the naive one and going, try and solve it like this. Why did my game crash? Huh. I'm still alive, right?
You are.
View of the cursedness of how this is going to get.
Sorry, you go, Fiesta, while I'm rebooting the puzzle. Let's get rid of that shit.
I think another thing that we will see coming into play, less so here in height, but maybe in area, would be building from the right versus building from the left.
True, yes.
Seen one of each at this point.
I do wonder if we will see it for height. It doesn't... Yeah, there might not be... It doesn't seem to matter that much for height, but it will for area. Alright. Let's try to keep things rolling. We go straight down to 4 height. So we are here. 4 height. Our first... So from here it is just down to secondaries.
Huge tie at min primary.
Whoa! Coming in at a period of 120, we have Luna. Malicious compliance. Oh yeah, I got a new zoom tool. It zooms out from the middle, look at that. It's actually kind of nice because in height I don't have to zoom out all the way. Okay, so this is the same monomer that we've seen in the last couple of solves, except to actually do it without needing to go height 5, it has to like stick the top fires on at the very end. It doesn't loop, so I'll throw it on.
Are the debonders to the right of the triplexes just for decoration, or do they do something?
Good question. Wait a sec. Why do they look like they act? Oh, they do activate. Here, let me show it.
Yeah.
It's to get rid of the
Yeah,
it's to get rid of the horizontal bonds because they're not consistent.
Interesting approach on this one. All the top points last.
Okay.
So this is pretty much, yeah, as far as I know, this is the way to do this monomer in 4 height. I don't really think there is an easier way to do it because of the weird horizontal bonds. Alright, so this has quite long solution notes, so I'm going to get started on that.
Oh yeah, Luna notes.
Luna notes are good. Luna writes, God, I don't understand those celebrity alchemists. Can this be off the record? Thanks. Right. Okay, so the other day I had that guy. Yes, Zorflax Crytelli. Same guy as last time. Come knocking on my door with yet another formula he needed built. I'm gonna throw this in slow-mo real quick. Literally just menial work. Just a distraction from my research, I tell him. Give it to one of the students, I tell him. But no, he wants it done properly. And not just that, mind you, but he wants it small. But it's a polymer. I tell him it's infinitely big. He says he wants it to be small. Small my ass. Anyways, he can't really outright refuse work from someone like that. Not much arguing to be done there. But you know what? Then he has the goal to go, oh, and it needs to work on a real transmutation engine too. None of this homebrew stuff with all its guts spilling out on the floor like that. Ain't that a reaction hazard of some kind? While pointing at my ongoing work for the last 2 months. Yes, contrary to the rumors, I do in fact actually own a V series. You can stop joking about it now. Eventually I shoot him out and... Where was I? Eventually I shoot him out and tried to get to work. Scribbled notes in the usual style and really not an approachable formula either. The only obvious way to make this small was to make it vertically short and easy to pack. Then I thought, wouldn't it be funny to make the instructions tray small too? Useful to absolutely nobody, but a clear sign effort was put in. Yes, that'll do. With a goal in mind, I set out to work. Just by looking at the output, I assumed that a height of 4 hexes would be all I need, and an instruction tray width of 4 should be easy enough. A simple arrangement of arms could create an L shape of fire, with other arms racing between each other to pull it across an array of triplex bonders and calcifiers into something close to the true result. But the whole time, I kept getting distracted by a single thought. Period 3. Such constructions are typically annoying at best. Let me reset it again. 2 arms simply cannot pass a molecule between each other in that time, unless ancillary atoms are used to help shuffle pieces around. Yet the idea wouldn't leave my mind, so I turned to an alternative engine better suited for this prototyping. An old research partner had modified it to store an internal buffer of various kinds of atoms, and built glyphs that would produce a single one of any kind, making it trivial to test this kind of setup. I had limited success. Individual parts of a possible solution were possible, including the final pushing construction, but I could never get it to properly work even with the ancillaries pre-placed, and I could never get the bonding pattern to work correctly. And after holding back my ambitions slightly, I realized that you cannot actually get the bonds correct in 4 height at all. The machine I have prepared for Mr. Critelli functions in 5 height and period 4, only using the extra row at the very last moment. I'll show you later. It's pretty neat, though I'm sure you can make it much faster with the extra row available. And I was satisfied, for a moment, until I noticed that if I bent the rules slightly, I could do it in 4 height yet. I could treat the product as being a smaller, height 3 slidey polymer with triplex prongs attached. The inner polymer could be built in only height 4, with the fire atoms getting smuggled across and reattached at the very end, with the entire in-progress molecule getting pulled back and forth to allow reaching to the quote-unquote end. It could only build a finite length, even more useless than the other machine. It doesn't even produce a usable fuse, though I suppose that does make it small. Huh. And finally, I achieved it. I gave period optimization a feeble attempt, introducing an extra arm that could take over partway through, but I don't think it really matters. The guy's not going to see this piece of shit anyways. Now, that same research partner had gifted me another set of experimental glyphs, one that allow for certain motions of atoms with no arms involved at all. Come over for lunch, I'll show you what I've been up to with those. Hot drink of choice? Alchemist Luna's private correspondence with Alchemist Yosh.
Damn, those were some good notes.
All I'll say is thank God Luna didn't make a lemon bet. Would have been the one that would have been the math problem number of lemons.
You know what this saw reminds me of, actually? It's like one of those big 10-foot long saws that takes 2 people. And the one on the bottom's just pulling it back and forth.
It is, isn't it? Big 2-man saw. Alright. Moving on to 43rd place. At period 82, we have 7P Storm.
Bit of a drop.
Bit of a drop. Hell, I can even zoom in on this one.
It's so nice to see a solve that fits on screen.
Man, I finally updated my mods, and the zoom tool zooming in from the middle is so nice. Also, I can speed it up and slow it down, even if it zoomed out. Game changer. Alright.
Awesome.
Different monomer. This is one I think we're going to see a lot more of.
Okay. So, yeah, first new monomer is, I call this the Tringles monomer, because you can kind of cut it further in half into, this one doesn't actually do triangles, but you can think of it as 2 triangles triplex bonded together. And it's also kind of practically useful to think of it that way. You'll see why later as we see more solves that actually do that. But yeah, Tringle monomer is quite good because you don't have to mess with these horizontal bonds anymore. You get this like nice vertical bond that appears consistently throughout, so you really can just slide it horizontally.
So nice when you can actually build polymorph through sliding. Remember when we used to do that back in the campaign?
Yeah.
Those were the days.
So I know 7T Storm has the high period because they've opted to do this in 6P, which means that they can special case that last one, where if you were doing Tringles, you'd have a little extra.
In fact, this it's got one arm doing all the work too, so it's like, yeah, that right there, single arm and a long track. That's a recipe for a long period. Let me read the notes though. So 7T Storm writes, height min, I don't know how much till period min. New notes, how I made this. It's a 2-to-1 ratio, 2 regents for 1 monomer. First regent is positioned on the first triplex bonder. Second regent is decomposed so that the first fire atom will be used in order to triplex bond with the first regent. Second fire will be turned into salt and attached to the 4-fire stick accordingly. Third fire will also be turned into salt, but it will be prepared so that it attaches to the next stick. That way I do not have trouble with bonding the salts into the corresponding fires. New note, this is actually not a sneaky move. The title is a fabrication. A lie. Or you could just say a cake, because the cake is a lie. You could say the cake is a lie.
Sure is. Lemons are real, though.
Oh, that's so nice.
Which is pointing out I'm exactly wrong. It's not 6P. It's just a really long single period.
Yeah, because it's 82p and 627 cycles. But no, I will say it's about 50 times less cursed than Luna Solve. I felt really bad for Luna, actually. It was almost like Luna was solving the wrong puzzle for height all week. I'm like, it was way better on 44th, but yeah, monomers be tricksy.
Yeah, the weird metrics take names sometimes.
They do, absolutely. Alright, next up, in 42nd...
Which name is next?
In 42nd place, the period takes a big drop here, down to 29 with River Sol. Oh, look at that, I can zoom in even more. So the period is already short enough that the instructions all fit on the screen. Horizontally, anyway.
There's your Tringles.
Alright, so Tringle's monomer because, because one stick equals one Tringle. So you really can just, like, rebond it into a Tringle, and you get to keep 2 of the 3 triplex bonds. So you can see kind of the benefits already.
What's really cool, and since there's a salt on there, the salt doesn't form any triplex bonds. That's actually pretty cool.
It's actually, yeah,
if
cool.
you're just if you're just prototyping it in your head, that takes some amount of skill to see that. It's not immediately obvious when you're thinking about it.
Nah, that is actually pretty cool. Because, yeah, it allows you to just move shit right around the triplex bonder. Because the triplex bonder is pretty, like, thick. It takes up a lot of space. So, yeah, having access to, like, moving fire items around it without having to worry about accidentally bonding some shit is important.
Yeah.
So Riversol, in the solution notes, has written a haiku. The haiku reads, "Virtual battles sate ancient war desires. Violence no more."
You know, there's one thing I'm looking at here. Is I wonder if you could save 1 cycle, probably, if you rearranged your triplexes and bonders so that the angle of the triplex on the far right was the same as the incoming angle of the polymer instead of the opposite as we have here.
True, yeah.
And one thing that I've heard Kevalaran say when he talks about height, because we chat a bunch, is an interesting thing about height is that the distance to the right is the same as latency in many cases.
Yeah, right, yeah. Especially if, like, the rate is consistent. The kind of width of your solve kind of dictates latency a bit. Which is important, because, yes, we will be talking about that tertiary quite a bit. Because, yeah, that period is going to continue to drop pretty quickly, actually. Next up, at a period of 22, we have a Grape Jelly Singularity.
Yeah, just by pigeonhole principle, we're going to get so many secondary ties.
Ooh, yes, we are.
Clever pivots.
So, one thing I forgot to mention when I was talking about why I liked... So, the metrics themselves, for height, I wanted a puzzle with height 4. Because if you have a look at the leaderboards, for some reason, there are way more height 3 and height 5 puzzles than there are height 4 puzzles. There's not that many. Like, I could name a few, like Curious Lipstick, Assassin's Filament, for dumb reasons, is height 4. But none of them are, like, particularly cool height puzzles, because, like, Curious Lipstick is Curious Lipstick, and Assassin's Filament is jank as fuck. But a big part of this was, like, if I want to do, like, height in a tournament, I want height 4, because I think it's, height 4 is underexplored territory. You get access to cool movement options that you don't get in height 3, so you don't feel quite so constrained, but it doesn't feel like just a cycles puzzle, because height 4 is still, like, you know, it's not, like, free.
Yeah, the height 4 was a very different experience, and a good one, in my opinion.
Touchstone was almost a height puzzle, fun fact. I wanted it to be a height, because it's also height 4. I wanted it to be a height puzzle, but turns out the way you bond it together in height 4 just kind of sucked ass. And we only ever found one way to do it, and so I'm like, alright, yeah, that's probably not a good sign.
Grape Jelly is making a good use of pistoning here. I think they all expand and retract in useful ways.
So I guess the first principle of how do you reduce that period is you want more arms doing a little bit of work. You don't want, like, a couple arms doing all the work, because then they have to do a lot of work, and that usually comes hand in hand with a high period count. A Grape Jelly Singularity writes in the solution notes.
Definitely step 1.
Yep. A Grape Jelly Singularity writes in the solution notes, if I missed something and 4 isn't the minimum height, I swear, ... Don't worry, you're all good.
Yeah, I know there's black magic in this game, but, like, the polymer only ever points one direction, and it's 4 high. 4 is the minimum. Don't worry.
Next up, in 40th...
I think we all need reassurance like that now and then.
You do, actually. You genuinely do. At 40th place, at a period of 16, we have Pineapple. I haven't really looked at Twitch chat at all, but tell me when people's confidence start dropping.
So far, people just seem really pleased that we've been at this for less than an hour.
Yeah, my confidence is kind of already dropping, but, you know, I'm me. I'm always dropping.
So Pineapple, new to the tournament, apparently Actually, let me get cracking on the solution notes, because that kind of segues nicely. Pineapple writes in the solution notes, when I went to try this puzzle on Tuesday morning, after a few days staring at it, Steen told me that I had last played Opus Magnum on March 22nd, 2022. But I don't remember doing much actual solving since 2018. Ran across the video for Salt Packaging Factory last week and I got nerd sniped hard. Also, this week's puzzle got stuck in my brain once I saw it. Height, huh? 4 heights. Smells like it should be possible. I never saw a 5 height and I never will. This 16 loop still feels improvable. Each arm has 2 steps of idling, so 14 loop is almost certainly possible. My blocker to 14 is getting the fire pair past the unbonded single before it's picked up. I suspect that 12 loop might even be possible, and it would not surprise me if there's some nonsense that does multiple loops to get one repeating segment done. But I'm happy about this, and the area is pretty decent too. And while getting this far didn't give me a day of infinite happiness or even an hour, getting a brief moment of it is pretty good. P.S. The triplex bond is not a broadsword.
Well done, Pineapple. You got the height 4.
And solving Opus Magnum puzzles is fun. That's why we do them.
Yeah, we sometimes take it for granted the distance you have to go for things like height 4 to seem normal. But no, that's actually challenging.
Yeah, like just starting from ground zero. Wait, there's the reagent over there, and there's the output over there. But I have to put stuff between the input and the output. Then how am I supposed to get it to the other side? And well,
The crazy
a lot of people
thing,
figured out how to do that.
the crazy thing I think about this game is that you can like find some new, like you can discover a new way to do something. And then for a while it feels like incredible big brain genius shit. But then if you keep working with that new idea for long enough, it feels normal. So there's a lot of stuff that like it feels normal to us, but you have to discover it, and we all discovered it a while ago. So like that discovery is still magic, even if I commentate about it like it's not. Right. Also, just quietly, new monomer unlocked. So this is the brick monomer.
It's Tringle's another way.
Yeah, actually, it is Tringles, but I will dub this one the brick monomer, because you can still do it in Tringles, but you get this nice, like, brick. Because another way of doing it is to simply slap 2 inputs together and just surgery, and hope that works.
Brick parentheses Tringles.
Alright. Dropping down to a period of 12. Pretty much straight away. We have non-happy.
Using Tringles to build this X-shaped monomer. This one... So there's some fancy bonding tech you have to use for other monomers. This one just, like, in the center there's a wall of bonds in the polymer, so you just put the monomer on there and you push it forward and it works.
I think, yeah, that's the nice thing about this particular monomer, is that you can just, like, once you've got it bonded to the rest of the polymer, you can just keep pushing it further and further right or left, if you want, and just, like, keep adding bonds through, like, static glyph placements until you've got the output.
Yeah. In an abstract
We
way,
got something cool here. Non-happy gets down to 12 by giving us our first conditional, I think we've seen, on arm 4.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
So one loop, basically one half P, but the first time around, Arm 4 gets to spin the thing, and second time around, it gets snatched away by Arm 5.
Now that I look at it, Arm 5 also has a ghost grab, because if that Tringle isn't ready, then Arm 5 just grabs thin air.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, conditional logic will be very important, because that is how you drop your period even further.
This community is wild. You have to understand conditionals to get into the top, 40?
Jesus. So that's what I was thinking when everyone was being so confident about height. I'm like, if everyone's confident, then some people are going to be overconfident. All right. Dropping down to period 11, we have Cosmic Horror. Starting to not be a completely terrible height solve. So, I did say no elbows. Yeah, I did say no elbows before, but that was actually a bit of a lie. You can totally do elbows, because the brick also lets you do elbows. In fact, the brick can be done in 3 different ways, now that I think about it.
Look at this cycle count. That's fast.
Yeah, wow, 94.
Yeah, understood the assignment for this one.
Mm-hmm. You know what's the funny thing about this elbow solve is it just totally sneers at the whole horizontal bonds are a problem. It says, no, I'll just make those last anyway. Screw you.
Yeah, I think, part of the reason I think this puzzle clicked with a lot of, people at, many different skill levels is because of the quantity of different ways to bond all this stuff together and debond everything. Where do you put your triplexes? What monomers, what submonomers do you use is an interesting question. And then the period secondary at height primary is just a completely novel idea, so... I'm not entirely, as soon as I saw the playtesters have fun with them, I'm like, alright, yeah, this is good. We cooking here. I will admit to have accidentally cooked a little on this puzzle. Because I had the polymer shape a long time ago. I wasn't really... it just sat in my puzzle folder for a full year. I just didn't really think much of it until we actually got people playing it. And it's like, oh wait, it's good. Shit.
Fire is usually the cardinal you cook with, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Alright. In 37th place, we drop down to a period of 10 with Matrix V. So, cool thing about height 4 is that you can do length 2 swings and length 3 swings.
Oh yeah, right there at the beginning.
Okay. And we are starting to see track dodges.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things about the problem of how are you going to get the input past your machinery is just have your machinery move out of the way. It sounds dumb, but it's a thing you do.
It's an interesting approach to the Tringles. It's the X monomer. I liked Kazian's name better actually. Yeah, because it does the whole stick first and then slaps the salts on at the end here. And you get this really cool length 2 swing. We will be seeing that a few times, that swing, because it really affords you... It's really good, because one of the surprising difficulties with doing this puzzle at this height, at low period, is how do you actually, like, get the monomer in place to be, like, bonded and slid over? And that swing is a good answer to that problem.
Yeah, once the monomer is in its final orientation, you can't have an arm to the right of it anymore. So you need to somehow get it in that orientation with all your stuff on the left.
What arm is setting the period of this solve? 11. So the actual outputting arm. Otherwise, yeah, this looks like it could be height 10. Period 10. It is period 10. I'm in period 9. Oh, is 5 also... Yeah, 5's kind of... Where's 5? Does 5 actually... Yeah, 5's that piston one.
I think 11 being limiting here also kind of shows us something else. And that is, when you start trying to go super fast and low period on this, you run into the difficulty that this 4-height polymer is actually also pretty wide. And putting one arm on the job of advancement, it has to go a pretty long way.
It's a genuine problem. Especially at low period. Because, yeah, there's no fancy way around having to slide the damn thing. And you have to slide it pretty far. So you have to kind of cook within that constraint. Alright, moving on. At 36th place. At period 8. And we actually have a first secondary tie. So at period 8, 234 cycles, we have Zanuck. Hex arm. You love to see it.
Oh, yes, hex arm.
That's a good hex. Yeah, the way arm 2, that hex arm is working, you can see this is thinking real hard about being period 6. Or, no, I guess because it needs to hand off. Never mind. No, it's not. But, yeah, a very strong 8.
It's really only arm 7 that is forcing this to be period 8. But, yeah. It's kind of in... Yeah, it's like... It looks like it's almost trying to think about period 4, briefly.
Yeah, and we've got essentially pure triangles for the monomer. You can say it's X or brick, but it's neither. It's pure triangles.
Yeah, it's literally just slapping triangles out. So Zanuck writes in the solution notes, that's weird. I thought it said there were notes, but there aren't any notes. Oh wait, here they are. Zanuck says, wait, I've opened the notes, but it's completely blank. Did he submit notes? I could have sworn it said there were 140 something words. Anyway, now that I'm done reading the notes, I mean, the notes don't exist, so I'm done reading them. I can tell you all that this solution was actually number 1 for height. The rank that's here is just a number I chose arbitrarily to start from. So congratulations on the true first place, Zanuck. 11 whole points for you. That's 10 for first place, plus 1 for great notes. Now let's take a quick break, then move on to area. Please ignore any other statements I make about this solution. These notes, I mean, the notes that don't exist. Or bonus points.
Zanuck, that's great.
Zanuck tried to do an SQL injection on the host.
So yeah, sorry everyone else who submitted. I guess we don't really need to look at those other 35 solves anyway. I'm sure there's nothing cool in them.
Yeah.
In addition to the increased skill level in making machines, I think we're seeing better notes for this tournament too.
Absolutely. Yeah, agreed. No, this means 3 points for everyone else. Oh, so there's a 36-way tie for first. Oh, nice. God, I think I'd have an aneurysm if there was a 36-way tie for first. That pretty much means I failed as a puzzle designer.
If there's a 36-way tie for first, then you yell at your playtester for not finding that.
I think at that point it
That's
should
the
have been
kind of-
like, I myself should have caught that one if there's a 36-way tie for first place.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like the managerial delegation advice. That's really good.
Means I don't have to take accountability. Nice. Okay. At 145 cycles, we have no longer breathed in. Maybe I'll get 20th place for this one. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, no longer breathed in. Turns out community is cracked.
That's real.
I mentioned this in the Discord, but the submission numbers have been actually steadily going up ever since week 3. They usually go down. We don't quite know why they're not going down this year, but it's great for competition. Like, this is awesome, but no, yeah, it means 20th, getting top 20 is still, like, as coveted as ever. There are no easy top 20s this year, like, at all. Maybe next week. Maybe next week.
I think what No Longer Breathed In is showing us here is that parallelogram brick is much easier to swing around than the X. Take a look at those final 2 swings. Super easy, no problem. What are we complaining about?
Yeah, there's a lot of space between the arms, and it still works.
Alright, no longer breathed in writes in the solution notes. So the sentence continues on from the title. Maybe we'll get 20th place for this one. It's definitely min primary. Or maybe not. Min primary wasn't that hard on this puzzle. First try was 4/period 11. Then I decided to try linking dimers using triplex. That didn't work, but spreading out the jobs of different arms works better anyway.
Yeah, at low period, arms can't have that many jobs, so it starts to look like a good idea to just have a whole bunch of arms doing one thing.
Also, peep arm 5 real quick. It's buried here in the middle a bit.
Yeah, it's a good call out.
Does a ghost conditional grab, so it doesn't fully reset, because otherwise it would grab a Tringle wrong. But that's some cool low period.
And not only does it do that cool conditional, 5 is also the limiting arm, so if it did anything else, this would have a worse secondary.
It's actually what saves the solve. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so finding that tech earned No Longer Breathed In several placement points, so good job.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. We drop down to period 7. Starting at 196 cycles, we have Sock Boy. Ooh.
Okay, we've got the X monomer. It does some debonding after the monomer is created, which is interesting.
Some input suppression and a multi-bonder is pretty cool here, actually.
What's the limiting factor that makes it period 7? When you have an
Reset
odd but
does period
small-
override.
Yeah, this looks like a something collides if you make it periods the 6th thing.
We
Okay.
can just find out. Oh wait, anti-tweaking measures activated. We won't find out.
Right.
Did you just try to tweak on streams, Orflax? That's That's pretty cringe, Zorflax. One thing I will say, I'm pretty certain there's no reason the output can't be a couple of hexes to the left, which would save a few cycles. Not enough to matter, I think.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to find out. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. But no, I like this. Yeah, I like the start here with the heavy use of input suppression here. It does sacrifice a bit of speed, but when you're aiming for low period, you know, you take your low period before you take a low cycle count every day.
Right. Doesn't matter, save the period.
Yeah.
Yet who cares about tertiaries anyway, right?
It's not like they ever matter, right? Alright, real quick. Sockboy writes in the solution notes, "Oh no. This is a 6-period solution that works except for one collision on grab. Surely that can be worked around. On the output slide, it's only a for loop, which bonds the polymer once the basic shape is made, so I suspect minimum tape is also possible." And I think Sockboy is referring to period 4 when he says that.
Hmm.
Alright. Let's keep it rolling.
I mean, very natural. 4 is like the holy grail. ARM does one thing, resets. There you go, period 4.
Period 4, it's the dream, right?
It is.
At 168 cycles, we have Guilty Bystander, who is in the solution title asking me to skip it, but I won't skip it, but I'll just do it quickly. So, pretty nice basic brick idea here. And then just like sea of glyphs until you get the right shape. But yeah, period 7 because of 4, I believe, which has to like wait a cycle to go back to its starting spot, which does hurt a little.
This is a really good showing for the brick.
Slap the bricks together, fix it in post. Done.
Super basic.
That's all.
Yeah, right. Move on. In 32nd place, at 88 cycles, Avenged Ruler. Alright, well, returning to that idea, slap the brick together, solve it in post.
Interesting to see that convergence of strategy also being close together in placement.
Hmm.
Yep. Same idea, but it's... I guess you would call it 1P instead of half P.
Right, yeah, because it is one.
Also, only 4 arms on this? This does so little movement.
Because you're fixing it in post.
Yeah.
Very great, actually, expression of making a difficult problem look easy, because this makes it look piss easy. Alright, Avenged Ruler writes in the solution notes, "Oh, saved another one. I tried a number of different ways to handle the input before resting on this as the best. There are a number of interesting ways to build the molecule without rotating as this does, but this seems to work the best for me. Everything else I was consistently off by 1. Limiting factor in terms of reducing it further with this setup is getting the last arm out of the way of the molecule, which even if I solved that, it caused accidental bonds. Many of the other ways I tried to set this up ended up being off by 1 in terms of being able to get the molecule on the triplex, but not having an in-creation molecule hit the triplex by mistake. I am guessing you can somehow get lower, but not fully certain how, based on the above limiting factors."
Keep watching to find out how.
Mm-hmm. With the spacing between the glyph C and the polymer, I wonder if it's not necessarily universal knowledge that the output does not need to come to rest over the polymer. Like, it can just run right past it and it'll still validate.
Yeah.
Because I noticed that this solve comes to a stop in the right place, and that's why it was 1 hex to the right.
Mm. Moving on, we drop down to period 6. Starting us off at 170 cycles is Mirror.
Okay. Period 6 is where you get to the point where arms are very limited. They can do 2 things. Those 2 things have to be closely related, essentially. So you have to get creative, and Mira did.
Welcome to the tournament, by the way, Mira. New submitter.
Congratulations.
Yep.
We've got a fancy brick surgery that gets the wrong brick into the right brick, which is cool.
And keep arm 9.
Whoa. Ooh,
Very smooth.
Oh, I like arm 9. That's like production instructions tech right there.
Yeah, it is.
Pretty slick surgery too, damn. Alright. So Mira writes in the solution notes, HP is an evil metric for evil people. P6 was my initial goal and I'm glad to have hit it. P5 is probably possible through similar methods, but gets a lot less comfortable. Lower is also probably possible using methods well above this alchemist's pay grade, like exploiting polymer validation and or getting really fancy with the building. Shoutouts to Inebriated Mirror for coming up with half the stuff that makes this machine work that I no longer fully understand. Love the puzzle. Edit found a very silly way to save 48 cycles, I'll take it. Edit 2, new calcification method and general compacting saves another 9 cycles. Imagine optimizing tertiary, not at min secondary. Wise words indeed. Alright, moving on. We drop a whole 2 cycles to Velfuck.
Woo-hoo.
Clown extruder. Alright, so this is X monomer, but we build the whole triplex stick first. And a really cool swing here, actually.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like me that swing.
The triplex stick is what makes this hard.
So just get that swing happening one more time. Whoosh, nice.
Real satisfying swings come out of height.
Mmm.
Another height motif showing up here, I think for one of the first times. Long horizontal travel with the product in its least height-ish orientation.
True, yeah.
We had a bit of that. We had a bit of that with Mira as well. We might be seeing more of that.
With Mira, it was so fast I almost missed it.
Yeah.
It is important to it is important to mention that because it's kind of an underrated kind of staple of height tech. You see a lot of the better solves will probably do that a lot because it gives you more freedom of movement to be moving shorter shit because you can place more arms and glyphs and stuff and think about more rotations.
Community note, Zorflax, you were wondering when people would start stating confidence decreasing.
Yeah.
We have our first.
Nice. I say keep them coming, but in terms of people losing confidence. Vilfuck writes in the solution notes, OMG, 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 height 4, period 6. I bet period 4 is impossible, but I can't rule out period 5. P.S. Yes, the name is a reference.
Good solve,
We'll just have
Vilfuk.
to watch and see what is and isn't possible.
Alright. We drop down 9 more cycles to 159. Bun Bun.
Yo, Bun Bun.
Oh, and I will have to zoom out for this one. Which means we're going to be...
Equilibrium lover, clearly.
Which means this will be a lot better rate, but a lot higher latency, is what this is telling me.
Yeah, I was thinking that this is so much horizontal space, but it's still beat Vilfuck on tertiaries. How'd that happen? Well, the answer is rate.
Mm-hmm.
So that monomer swing that we've been seeing a lot, being made very heavy use of it here. To, like, so we have, like, various, like, different surgery stations that fix up a couple of things about the monomer, and then moves on to the next station. Fix a couple things, swing to the next station. Keep doing that until the monomer is actually correct, and then just, like, push it across.
One thing I point out, even though this is ultimately doing the X monomer, look at how Bun Bun is keeping it at height 2 for as long as possible, because then you can get arms on both sides.
True. In fact, it's like that for most of the... most of its journey.
Because as soon as it's the full X, the arms only fit on one side.
Cool piston on a track there at the end.
Oh yeah, that's to prevent collision. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Piston and a track to do the translational movement. So Bun Bun writes in the solution notes, where am I? Min height was basically required to be competitive this week, so that was the first constraint. Height 4 combined with the methods of atom manipulation required limit arms to single arms on the top and bottom tiles only, which theoretically limits periods to 4, I think. I'm not skilled enough to get period 4, and period 5 is basically just period 4 with room for an extra pivot, so I settled with period 6. Just enough for 2 operations per arm. From there, it's just setting up half P conditionals and some salt surgery, and you have my solution. Made it 2 days after puzzle release and was too busy to optimize further, but honestly, solving with these metrics was really fun. I hope I understood the assignment.
You did. Thank you, Bun Bun.
Absolutely.
I reckon you did, yeah.
Alright. Computer's starting to lag a little, so that's a good sign to move on. At 28th place, at 125 cycles, we have Pray for Mercy. Who I think took a short hiatus from the tournament, but is back. So welcome back, Pray for Mercy.
We got the
Excellent
fix and post
post,
monomer again.
Yeah, but at period 6 this time.
That's a good calcification move.
Alright,
You know, one of the things about pivot, it doesn't have to reset.
Exactly. So, one thing... Alright, so this is the first solve that uses the latency trick. It won't be the last. So, one thing that you can do, because cycle's tertiary, is to... And it's kind of jank, and I didn't actually see this tech coming, but you just have an arm way on the end, and it does, like, grab, translate as many times as your period will allow, just to save the last few. It means you solve doesn't fucking loop, but it does save on that
Yeah.
that sweet tertiary.
It's not intuitive to start out with, because if you think like, okay, I'm running my machine at period 6, all of my arms start within the first 6 cycles. No, they don't. You can just push that. You can just keep scrolling the instruction tray as far to the right as you want. It's free.
Mm-hmm. Pray for Mercy writes in the solution notes, feels lazy, but I don't want to think about going on to P6. So we talk about P4 being kind of this natural min. P6 is itself a pretty natural like stopping point, I think, because it's like you get, instead of doing 1 action and reset, you do 2 actions and 2 resets, and that's also pretty natural. And you can fit shit like Arm 1, which does like pivot back, and that's technically 3 actions and 1 reset, so that's also pretty comfy. So again, just the forearms. Very cool.
Yeah.
All
Very
right.
sweet way to get that notification in.
Dropping 1 cycle at 124 is Dino Lord 919. So welcome to the tournament, Dino Lord, by the way. Congrats on top 30, which even that seemed to be a bit of an achievement this week. Alright, so pretty similar. Sorry.
Yeah, reminder, Opus Magnum is a hard game. If you're this far in, you're good at it.
Absolutely. Alright, so Dino Lord just about 15 minutes ago sent me revised notes. So I'll read those instead. An idea came to me in a dream about how to make my first layout work with period 6. Dreams are terrible at optimizations, and it didn't work at all. It did, however, give me the idea for the garbage I called the Infinifactory design. It worked, but at the small cost of 825G. I thought I'd be able to possibly get down to period 5 or maybe even 4, but things didn't work out. Shaved it down to first the Finifactory design before cutting down even more to get to this single value factory. This layout was pretty much tapped out, so I moved on to area instead.
It's interesting. This is similar to Pray for Mercies from a theoretical perspective, the monomer that it's building, the pushing. It doesn't do the fishing line thing. So I'm wondering what makes it, like, it just must have a lot less latency naturally.
Yeah, right.
Funny how those two very different approaches got so close.
It's fine. I don't
Approach
even
is the
think
same idea.
that's not even the last time that's going to happen. Alright. Clocking in at 111 cycles. We have not great at 26th place. That's a pretty clean Tringles into X monomer here. Literally only the 3 triplex bonders. Because, yeah, doing it like this and preserving...
Yeah, this is quite narrow.
Actually, yeah. Because there's not that much... Because doing it this way, with Tringles into the X shape, means you get to preserve most of your triplex bonds. And because you don't need to unbond any wrong bonds being made, It's not necessarily the fact that you need a lot of glyphs to process it. You just need, like, clever kind of atom manipulation to make sure they're in the right place at the right time. And it's done here with a lot of arms in the way, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. A Tringle doesn't take up that much space. I mean, it's the same number of atoms as, like, a stick or an elbow, but you can spin it around and stuff, and it doesn't bash into everything.
Not great, right?
Yeah, the downside to the X monitor is the fact that its least height is 3. Dealing with that can be a pain.
Not great seems to have dealt with it pretty well.
No sweat.
It's that length 2 swing that I really like. And you see Arm 7 does it, and it, like, coordinates with the output arm to, like, perfectly squeeze itself in. So, not great rights in the solution.
I had a solve that featured that string for a while.
Alright. Not great rights in the solution notes. I'm nearly certain Period 5 is possible with some crazy track loops, but I couldn't figure it out in time. Period 4. I don't think it's possible, but this community has surprised me plenty of times. It will be a matter of time before we see. Alright. In 25th place, we drop down to 92 cycles. We have Feindeer.
Ooh, gotta go fast.
You can see Feindeer caught the latency trick, so this will not be taking the L.
Yeah, this is Tringles.
Yeah, this is more like pure Tringles. It tries to delay putting the Tringles together for as long as possible, so that it doesn't have to, like, deal with all those, like, that height 3 monomer shape, which is annoying to swing around.
Yeah, monomers are annoying to swing them around, so just, like, don't. You can just Tringle. It's free.
Let me make sure I read Fandy's notes this week. He simply writes, I hate Arm 9. Hatred. The latency arm. Yeah.
First yoink.
I'm a fan of this conditional, how Arm 5 pivots to a spot where either Tringle is reachable with just a couple of motions, and then the diamonds resolve which one's going to happen.
That's a pretty subtle conditional, actually. Let me zoom in a bit on that one. Very easy to miss. I missed it.
5 sets it up, and then 3 and 4 alternate.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, okay.
Not better.
Yeah, Arms 3. I like Arms 3 and 4, how they work in tandem with Arm 5. That's clever.
I mean, and both the arms on the diamond dodge the fire atom that's poking into the diamond from Arm 5's rotation.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, pretty slick conditional, actually.
A lot of people hating on the latency trick.
Yeah.
I agree with hating the latency trick. It saves so much and it hurts so bad.
Yeah, there's no getting around the fact that it's good. Like, I wish it wasn't good, but it's good. I should have made, like, looping secondary. Nah. Alright. That was actually our last Period 6 solve. We moved down to Period 5. At 145 cycles. 42 Genius 42. Alright, so Period 5 is a funny place to be. So, it's Period 4, but with a pivot. As, I can't remember which solution note said that.
One pivot.
Bun.
Bon said it, yeah. And you see that lone pivot, it's arm 10 that has the key pivot. And it is a key pivot here.
And there's no other place you could put an arm to do that. It is unavoidable.
Yeah. Actually, quite interesting. It does the brick.
And tying into something...
So I was just going to say, it does the brick, surgeries the brick, and then decides to change the monomer into the X before sliding it across. Pretty neat, because it lets you have arms above and below at pretty much all points of the solve, but then you get to switch it to the polymer that's easier to slide across. It's actually a cool idea.
Another thing I'm noticing here, arm 10 has to do that pivot, and nobody else can, because, again, the monomer is wide. In order to advance it far enough, it takes 3 arms at less than period 6.
Yeah, and because we're at such a low period, you can't do what previous solutions did, where an arm pushes it forward to 2 hexes. You can only push it forward by 1 hex at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so 42 Genius. 42 writes in the solution notes. Not a bad effort for 2 nights' work. Everything can be period 4 except for arm 10, which needs to twist after turning. Hence the title. Not enough space anywhere for another arm to separately twist after arm 10 turns, as all space is required by either the product or other arms. I cannot see a way, but maybe there is. I look forward to seeing the way if it exists. But min height and suspected theoretical min +1, 3 can't be possible within 4 height, surely. Not bad for me. How many others got these values or better out of the 50 submitters though? 40? No, it ended up being 50. 50 plus, actually. 53 was the total.
I wonder if Genius 42 likes 24 as well as 42.
I hope he does. Because 21 might also, he might also like 21, because that's like half 42. I wonder if that counts.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Beating this by a single cycle was Morikonda in 23rd place.
Is that the 4th single-digit difference in a tertiary we've had between 2 places?
And is this the start of the people who got involved with the lemon bets?
Did Mora make... I don't think Mora made a lemon bet. I could be wrong.
Okay. Continuing.
I know Madmaster made a lemon bet, Groomy made a lemon bet, Mr. Puzzle made a lemon bet, and Bist made an area lemon bet.
Okay, Morcon is confirming in chat that it's like a joke bet based on
it was a
the
joke
primary. Like, almost everybody been primary, so.
Oh.
Right. Misremembering. Anyway, let's talk about the actual solution. This is cool.
Alright, so I'm seeing what the limiting arm is, and it's arm 8. Which is interesting, because it's not just the
7
extra pivot.
also? So it's 2 arms that are doing a period 4 thing, but then advancing around a track to conditional.
Yeah. Mora is saying that arm 7 would regrab at period 4, and that's the reason this has to be 5.
Oh, that's the main reason. Okay. That triangle track in general is very tightly calibrated.
I'm interested to hear that regrab is an issue with the period 2 swing, because I encountered that with low period exploration quite a few times, that a period length 2 swing right at the end you can't advance it quite fast enough to avoid the regrab, and the way you deal with that is going to say a lot about how you do.
Mora writes in the solution notes, made entirely on Thursday, HP4 is probably possible and also necessary for top 10, judging by the confidence of some in the Opus Magnum channel. It was I'll just say it now. It was necessary for top 20. The next solve is the first period 4 solve. So we actually only had the 2 at period 5. Because period 5 is a little unnatural stopping point, I think. A lot of people, yeah. So I guess that's as good a segue as any to move on. At 22nd place. So we'll be at period... yeah, I'll just read the cycle count now. At 314 cycles... we have Sergi D. Uh-oh.
Look at that. Ah, it's a thing.
Whoa.
So when cost isn't a factor, your arms can just be disposable.
So you have this inside track. Sorry, here you go.
This is borrowing. This is starting to borrow logic from free space instructions.
Right, exactly. What better metric to take inspiration from at low period, right? Free space instructions is kind of where it's done. Period 3, period 4 shit is what you get in free space I. I don't...
Love the latency tech at the end on both sides.
Yeah, it does, both sides. So it doesn't loop.
Awesome.
It just cannot possibly loop. It's just not going to crash for ages, which is kind of hilarious. So I'm going to zoom in on this bit and get
probably just made the loop really long to avoid having to count it out.
Yeah. Since, yeah, cost wasn't a factor here. So, Sergi D writes in the solution notes, decided to join once more just for HPC as the metric seems pretty interesting. Congrats to whoever got period less than or equal to 3. I didn't find a way to set up the wands without everything crashing given the height 4 constraint. The main idea behind the solve was to find a structure that can be slid...
Oh, so Sergi was thinking about E3.
There was... period 3 was being thought about here. The main idea behind the solve was to find a structure that can be slid while forming no unfixable bonds. This greatly reduces the number of operations to be made. I'm going to slow it down real quick before I continue. The only structure that supports that is the 3x2 stick that results after forming the horizontal bonds and calcifying the fires in the right places, because sliding the polymer over calcifier horizontal bonds results in errors that can't be fixed. The 3 main assemblies for the 3x2 sticks are directly joining 2 inputs sideways, making 1 elbow per input, and making 1 triangle with each input. Maybe you can manipulate the input in other ways, but that doesn't seem possible in period 4. I settled on 2 sticks as it requires the least manipulation on the input, which is preferred due to the height constraint. Then I needed to find a way to push the 3x2 stick over the 2 horizontal bonders while calcifying in the right spots, and then leaving it resting over the triplex bonder that joins the polymer together. I tried different approaches. A length 3 arm going back and forth on the track couldn't slide everything far enough, so I used a combination of 2 arms to push the stick and leave it in the right place. This meant the input had to be horizontal so the track loop could return. After a lot of tinkering, I managed to have a reliable way of making the polymer go. I had a reliable way of making the polymer. There is a well-behaved looping solution that takes roughly 500 cycles to complete. However, that wasn't everything. Now it needed to go fast, which meant cheesing validation. By hard coding each monomer, the time gets reduced from roughly 48 cycles per monomer to 39, but results in an awful programming experience. On top of that, the polymer can be yoinked from the right, saving 2 monomers, that is 80 cycles. Also, the last monomers don't even need to be formed properly. 7 is the min required, so I could form a long stick to push the polymer over all the glyphs at a much faster rate. All these techniques combined saved 200 plus cycles and resulted in this abomination of a solution. I just hope someone found either period 3 or a well-behaved faster solution, as this one is painful to watch. I kind of had to hear about all that cycle optimization in the solution notes. Oh, I'm sorry, Sir GD.
The things we do for one cycle.
Yeah, I think it would be more accurate to describe this as an attempt at period 3 than a thing that was thinking too much about period 4. Kinda. You can kinda think about it that way. It was like period 4, but with like kind of that idea in mind of I'm going to try and do something really cursed to try and go for period 3. Definitely worth consideration as we move forward. Oh, you're not going to believe it. This got beat by 2 cycles. At 21st place, at 312 cycles, we have John. Ooh.
White boy.
Okay.
Conveyor belt.
That's an interesting shape.
Yeah. We've seen nothing like this so far.
Alright, we eventually get an X monomer. With the clutch swing, making period 4 pushing possible. Really awesome cursed conveyor belt idea here. So I guess this is the first full on. So we've seen this, like, the idea expressed before, less, like, more weakly, in that you want to, like, try and keep a short shape and keep that often alive for as long as possible. But the kind of logical conclusion of that idea is to do a full on conveyor belt with, if you have a look at, like, past, like, height solves and puzzles, for, like, tournaments, you will see people doing stuff like a 1 height conveyor belt and then just, like, breaking that 1 height stick apart and then making the actual shape right at the end. So this is kind of doing that as much as it can afford to. It also hilariously means you have this idea of having a shitload of arms just doing, like, grab, translate, drop, translate.
Yes, scoop the salt.
Also, I see John is, for the most part, minus instruction before plus instruction. Based, king, you love to see it. W, 100. All the good things.
Seconded.
Alchemist of culture.
It doesn't have. It actually has to swing this monomer a couple times just to get it. Like it couldn't just do this. It couldn't just put a piston and translate it upwards. It had to do like 2 clutch swings to get it up into that position. So otherwise, the piston would just like catch onto. I'm pretty sure like a piston would catch onto something else. All right. Finally,
yeah, Mora actually mentions this.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Mora mentioned that the reason for that is there's no way to translate into that length 2 swing. That's a problem that I ran into as well. You have to swing into it.
Yeah, right. That's an interesting problem to have. All right, we finally are at top 20. Feels like it's been a while just to get to top 20, but we're here at 304 cycles. We have Kevalan. You're going to be staying in the cursed realm here.
Oh, this is building on both sides.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Kevlar, affectionately, what the hell is this?
Oh no, that sticks purely to push
It's a huge wand.
It's just a wand. It's just a pull instead of having to push the fucking monomer.
Oh my goodness.
What is this pivot only tech? What is this like pivot only ass shit? That's crazy. No, that's cool. Huh, I like the conditional to the conditional logic to get that string activated. That's why that's the reason for the obscenely long track on the left. And this is the actual steady state. Which wouldn't have worked without the wands, so yeah, this is necessarily non-looping. There's no like dumb latency trick ruining anything here. Why are those pivot-only arms not pistons? That's a great fucking question. Honestly needs to do better.
Yeah, there's no cost involved in your standing for this puzzle, so just make everything a piston. Write out the B-movie script and track.
There is, yeah, if you can write like letters in height 4, then you could do that if you wanted. No one would do that to me though, right? No one would think of doing that. Anyway, at 272 cycles, we start dropping a bit here. Mr. Royal Spade. With the solution title, it's fucking over, and I can smell the relief in that solution title.
Looks like the effort was well rewarded. Top 20.
Top 20 on this metric is, yeah, it was insanely competitive height this week. So, yeah, top 20 is an absolute W.
Great job.
So, doing the conveyor belt thing that John was doing here.
We are having Salt Scoot again. Salt Scoot, great way to solve your problems in getting to period 4. But I think we'll be seeing
I'm a big fan of the way this. I'm a big fan of the way this solves the problem of you don't have enough space to put arms to push the polymer far enough. It uses the previous monomer to wand it over a hex or 2.
Oh, that is good. It makes a wrong
good.
bond here. Wands it over, unclips it, and then arm 22 with the crucial pivot. It also needs to be doing this like it needs to move the monomer twice per loop. Otherwise, arm 22 makes a wrong pivot, grabs the wrong atom here, But no, because it moves it twice in the same loop, arm 22 comes in for the perfect pivot. It also means arm 20 grabs in time, hands off, so arm 22 never makes a wrong pivot. So on top of that wanding tech to actually push the thing itself, that is really clever outputting strategy.
Smart
So I
stuff.
think we saw something way on the left.
Top on the left?
Yeah, that decoration, decorative track.
Valid. Not trolley at all. Looks cool. 10 out of 10. Alright, Mr. Royal Spade writes in the solution notes. A part of me is happy that my solution ended up being so elegant. Another part of me is gutted because it makes this puzzle look trivial. This puzzle broke me. My first solution was 1,200 cycles and double the size, so it's insane how much progress I made. I'm extremely proud of myself for getting something this clean. I need to commend you on just how good this puzzle was. While solving it, I had at least 5 separate times where I thought, that's the hard part done, now for the easy step, only to get wrecked and need to restart. Despite looking simple, this puzzle was a behemoth to solve. Enjoy. P.S. God, I hope period 3 is possible. I've fully convinced myself it isn't, but if I overlooked something and someone managed it, I'll be overjoyed.
I can see why Royal Spade would be thinking about it. If you scroll to the right a bit, you see that funny loop track with the one arm that's horizontal. I believe that is only 3 instructions.
I'm 18. No, wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. Which arm?
Oh, never mind. It does have 4. I thought for a moment it might only have 3, but of course it's handing off. It must have 4.
Yeah, I think this output idea, I think the output idea falls apart at period 3 because of the piston, the way the monomer needs to move twice in order for the piston, in order for the pivot. I keep saying piston, pivot in order to.
I think you're right.
Yeah, not like fuck everything up. I can't. Yeah, it seems like thought was put into it though. Again, maybe. In 18th place, we'll drop 30 cycles down to 242 with small crepe. The drops continue to trickle in. I can zoom in for this one.
Yay. Oh, we got a hex arm. Oh, baby, we got a hex arm.
Ooh, baby, a hex arm. Alright, so Tringle's into brick with cool, funny pivots. In fact, arm 7 does both pivots. It's just the one pivot arm, which is actually really cool. Yeah, and then there's a second version of arm 7 that, pivots the brick together. And yeah, that pivot idea is cool. And then just fix the rest in post.
That is awesome.
Yeah, give yourself a height 2 shape. You got a lot of room for mechanisms in this.
So we're seeing this conveyor belt idea of having this single long ass track with like a bunch of arms doing translational movements and that's it. And kind of squeezing glyphs and bonus extra like rotate pivot arms in between to make stuff happen. I'm a fan of the motif. I was fully prepared when I made period the secondary. I was 100% ready for jank. For cursed shit. I was like, absolutely, fucking let's go.
There are things you can do with your transmutation engine that the Imperial University doesn't want you to do, but you totally can.
The first 4 arms here of this solve look like they all would work in period 3, maybe? Oh, I don't see that handoff working. Yeah, handoffs are not a luxury you are able to afford quite so easily at period 3. So, other than that, like, arms 1 and 2 and 3 are all, yeah, 3 instructions, but yeah. The line between pop, alchemy, and laughed out of the conference is very, very thin. It absolutely is. Alright. We take a drop. At 158 cycles, we have Jammu. We taken top 20 with this one. It's a lot of rotates happening here to surgery that brick. It is mostly rotates.
Yeah, you can advance the monomer more quickly when you do that.
So the cool 8 loop track helping out with the whole pushing the monomer polymer out of the way in time for the next one to come up. And I highlight this because to say Jammu, so I've been getting a lot of DMs from Jammu. It was actually very funny. I was highly amused because to say Jammu struggled with the output was an understatement. Bro, absolutely. Yeah, he was searching far and wide for something, anything that worked. So he had everything else worked out period 4 pretty much straight away. But that took a lot of sweating. There was a lot of... That one, arm 15, there was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put in arm 15. Let me read the solution notes, because they do go for a while, and they're really good. Jammu writes, "Wow, this puzzle is actual pain and agony. Words can't describe the emotions I went through solving this puzzle, but I will try. First, I got an 8p. That was simple enough, so I decided to go for a better score, which yielded me a 7p, and caused me to try to go for 6p. I mean, it's only one less instruction. How hard could it be? After struggle and even more struggle, I decided to just say fuck it and go for 4p, since I felt it was somehow possible. And that's when the pain started. The first part of the puzzle in 4p was easy. Bond 2 sticks, do some glyph field magic, then boom, you've got a section of the product made. Surely you can just bond the sections together with a simple swing. No. No, you can't. I tried so goddamn many layouts, and none of them worked. I tried swings, pivots. Hell, I even tried to map out every pivot possible in 4 height to check if I can fit in another 2 arms to push it forward twice, allowing the next section to join. Either that or some arm will just randomly collide for no reason, blah, 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 gibberish. But none worked. I was slowly giving up at that point, but I still wanted to carry on, so I decided to try to think of other ideas for construction. I tried to make the 2 sticks separately, then bonding. I tried to separate it into 2 triangles and bonding, and a lot more things, but all of them failed. Quick note is I did reach 6p at this point, but I didn't want to stop there since I was already too far gone. Finally, I had the idea of delaying the input and having an arm on a track to slowly push it forward, then dodging when the next one comes out. And it fucking worked. Jesus Christ, this puzzle made me invent another 12 stages of grief. Zorflax's DMs with me is the best showcase of my brain shrinking while playing this puzzle. I can confirm they are
Well done, Jammu.
absolutely well earned top 20. Very well earned. I can confirm that the DMs are really funny to read, actually, looking back. I might even post a couple screenshots in the Discord. If Jam is cool with that, of course. That being said, incredibly well earned, but we still have a ways to go. We're still only at 17. Alright, next up is actually a showcase solve by Gecko. So, obscenely long track.
And we got disposable arms again.
So seeing the wand idea return from Kevline's solve. But this is quite a simple, it does the very simple and cool idea of just build a 2x3 brick and fix it in post. And it does that with a plume. Did I say showcase? I meant host solve. Whoops. My bad. And yeah, pretty much right after it solves, that's all the track that it needed, because it was a bit of a weird problem. Some of these period 4 solves have the problem where you need to, like, the arms are done their job and you need to just throw them somewhere, but you only have height 4, so you might not have, you can easily, like, draw a track and work yourself into, like, a situation where you can't really, like, store arms anymore. Like, if you do anything with, like, a track at 4 height, you only have so many tracks to work with. So you end up trying to, like, snake it and storing your arms as best as they can, but you only have a certain amount of time to do that before, you know, you need to solve the puzzle before everything crashes. Interesting problem to have.
Yeah,
At 16...
After it validates, you can crash it.
Sorry?
But after it validates, just have arms smash into each other like it's a Large Hadron Collider.
I played one of these solves earlier at, like, elephant speed because it was quite slow. I was looking at I think it was Mr. Royal Spades or something, and the arms crashed together, but I had, like, elephant mode on, and it was like the arms crashed so hard it crashed my game. All right. At 153 cycles, which push at 16th place? All right, we are right to left. Build order. With a latency arm.
This is the first time we're seeing right to left.
So, pretty simple Trinkle's idea. As you said, after all that cursed shit, very, very simple in comparison.
Oh, yeah, Tim did have right to left.
It's like we're coming out of the sailcloth valley and we're starting to emerge into, like, back into simple, elegant shit. But with the stupid latency arm that unfortunately is good. Important is, I think, what's that arm number? Arm 1 is important. The way it works in tandem with arm 3, those rotates are doing a lot of work. Because arm 1's getting 2 rotates for the price of 1, basically. And then arm 2 is also getting 2 pivots for the price of 1. Another important point. So there's actually a lot of cleverness hidden here in the first 3 arms in particular.
Good stuff.
Yeah, looking pretty snazzy. Keeping it going, though. So, we have actually coming up a dead tie. So the next 2 solves will both be clocking in at 140 cycles. The first one on my list was submitted by Daniel L. That is a good ass placement, Daniel. Very nice.
This is not amateur hour. This is a good solution. This is a very good solution.
Daniel L. writes briefly in the solution notes, "Thank you to whoever makes these puzzles for putting time and effort in creating truly intriguing challenges." You are very welcome, Daniel L.
We're seeing the return of that 8-track pushing the brick along idea.
True. Exact same. Yeah. So cool surgery happens in the middle here. That is very much.
Yeah. Continue observing that. I want to point out Arm 1 because very clever way around the period 4 restriction, because normally that piston would just keep pushing inputs out, but Arm 1 just kind of slides it down so that the input is suppressed, but Arm 1 can't push forward anymore, and just those 2 tracks are what are determining when and how the piston can do its thing.
Yeah, that is a sick conditional.
It gets around the period restriction because, like, after you advance the instruction tape 1 loop, anything that's on a track loop may actually be in a different place than it started. So you get to do things that aren't period 4. Sort of. That's what those tracks are doing.
I guess the other thing I want to pay attention to real quick is after this D-bond is made, Arm 6 and 7, this is actually the wrong This is actually, I believe it's the wrong parallelogram. It's the wrong brick. So the brick's shape is actually chiral. So this is actually the wrong one. This is bad. And that swing fixes everything right up. Now it's good. Everything's A-okay. We Gucci. We can now fix it in post.
Yay.
So,
I think Mira showed us that first.
oh, was it a mirror solve too? Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. The next solve is it's Cuckoo 52. I'm gonna make sure I've got collision turned off for this one.
Okay, it's a Cuckoo 52 solve. My body is ready.
Same cycle count. Oh wait, no. Oh, okay, it's not cursed. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, I should explain. There was one. It's been beaten, but it had like 50,000 cost. I was half expecting the machine to crash. It has since been beaten, so we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, that's why the solution title, it's actually clarified. He cost area optimized it because there is one that is not that. oh boy. Actually, it might be this one. Let's see. No, it's not that one. Hold up. I'm determined to find it now. Unless it was deleted. Alright. Last attempt. Okay, no, it's gone. Never mind. Sorry, I got everyone's hopes up for nothing. I can actually zoom in a bit here. So, I'm liking this track, actually, in tandem with Arm 9. Very cleverly squeezing those arms out of the way so that they can push the monomer at the end there. Pretty sick swing at the beginning, too.
Yeah, the pivot that's done on top of the triplex bonder makes it kind of look like, oh duh, that's how you're supposed to build that monomer.
Should be called Infinite Track. Alright, I got it. Oh, it's at period 6. Wait, hold that thought, Kazian. There it is. Oh. Oh. Oh, look at those poor lemons. That was so sad. Hold up. Oh. Oh.
Oh. Oh my.
Oh my god, I wasn't even remotely close to... All that scrolling got me that far. Yeah, let's see. Let's attempt to find... Alright, it's just tracks. It's just turtles all the way down. Right. So, I don't think there's much here that's worth playing, but I did want to briefly show
Kept
that.
putting down track until you ran out of it in your park tray.
Mhm. Quick aside. Oh, look at that. Back to normal. Just for you, that one was for you, let's try and brick Zorflax's computer enthusiasts.
Okay. I think we should get a move on, though.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Alright, in 13th place, we dropped 10 cycles. At 130 cycles, we have who? Oh my god, we're already 2 hours in. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, we've got that 8-track doing its thing.
Return of the 8-track. Very sick motif. These are getting simpler
Yeah,
and
it's a
simpler.
familiar little 8-track.
Mm-hmm. Alright, who writes in the solution notes? Delete arm 14 to make it loop. I assume many other solutions will have a similar motif. Let me slow this bad boy down before I read the rest of the notes. I had many almost solutions that consumed input at 4R, see Showcase submission for one, but eventually gave up and settled on 8R. At this slower rate, each extra monomer costs 16 cycles, so it is important that the monomer is bonded to the polymer as close to the output as possible. Therefore, I wanted a monomer that contained all the triplex bonds. Since one of the horizontal bonds must be in the monomer, that leaves only 2 candidates for 6 atom monomers, of which I found this one to be more reasonable. I think the 3x2 monomer is easier to build and work with, but that requires doing a triplex bond in the polymer and is likely to be slower when consuming input at 8R. I was able to get surprisingly far at period 3, but it seems to require height 5. But would Zorflax make a week 6 HPC puzzle with a relatively easy achievable min at 4-4? I think that's a very pertinent question. Alright. Let's move on. Oops, wrong button. We drop. At 84 cycles, it's Kazian.
Wow, I thought I would be in top 10 for sure.
84. That's
Egg
fast.
on my face.
You didn't make a lemon bet, did you, Kazian?
No, I just commented on them.
Lucky, because otherwise you'd be eating 11 lemons.
Yeah.
All
I thought I
right.
had a good solution, but not like eat lemons good solution.
All right, do you want me to get cracking on the solution notes?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Oh, turning collision off was a great idea. Unless it crashes into the arm base. No. All right, fuck yeah. Good idea, Zorflex. That was totally intentional. Kazian writes, I have a soft spot for dated broken transmutation engines. This find from an antiques shop is so old that few records even remain of this type. They were called needle machines, one of the many designs before standardization that existed when the veil of mysticism finally lifted on transmutation, when alchemists became alchemical engineers. Long poetic inscriptions are written on the barrel of this narrow tube as if it was sacred, but one can tell by the words that the author's heart was no longer in it. It takes only one reagent on one end of the bore and one output vial on the other. We didn't have pistons or track back then. We barely had gripper arms, and Van Berlo had not isolated the cardinals yet. Alcaro was a small shop at the time. Instead of instruction tape, I turned this brass dial to advance an instruction pointer. Even so, the dial's teeth are ruined from age. Only 4 of them catch, limiting it to 4 instructions per arm. But it's not useless. We used these back when we only knew gold and salt were elemental, to spin thread and restabilize regents. I gave it new proxies, new arms, new track, a bath of cleaning solvents, and the ancient needle sews one more time. How we think of production alchemy today, in the age of research desks, is how we thought of machines like this in the age of production cabinets. We speak of Cryatelli as a founder, but this makes me wonder how far back our legacy truly goes. Alchemist Kazian, still not a brick. Alright, walk us through the solving process though, Kazian.
Okay, so at this point, I am pretty sure there's a bunch of period threes coming up. I looked for ways to do that, couldn't figure out how to get any wands in place to make it happen, so we're going to be seeing how that works pretty soon. Then I banged out a period 4 solution, which was harder than I thought it would be because I was initially targeting period 3 and thought period 4 would be the compromise. No, period 6 was going to be the compromise. After I had this, I just worked on decreasing the rate. The diamond track in the center is the key to getting it as low rate as it currently is. I don't need to say much about the brick and fix it and post. This has been seen like a whole bunch of times before.
Yeah.
Lowering the rate, that second diamond track on the right, I settled on these two advancing arms on it, and so I was limited by how fast I could scoot a brick past it, and that for a while was limited to a rate of 12. I found this rate 8 by scooting the brick along the bottom 2 rows and using that middle diamond track to raise it up, so it only has to spend 2 cycles over intersecting the diamond track. So that's how I whittled down the classic 8 track to this.
Yeah, right. Yeah, now I can see that kind of dodge-ish. It's fine. It's like a dodge, but like it's not a 1 cycle dodge. It's like a 3 cycle dodge. All right. Moseying on in 11th place. 1 cycle faster, which is the third time I'm saying that for some fucking reason. Egg Sucker Triple Eight. I'm so sorry you were so close to top 10. This is an excellent showing. So
Like
this,
I said, egg on my face.
so this is rate of 6. Egg Sucker actually didn't use the latency trick.
Just think what it could have been.
What it could have been. I can tell you it would have been top 10.
And I'm looking here at how it avoids the awful regrab on a polymer constructor. It does it by breaking the brick apart.
Oh.
Ow.
I love how Arm 9 and Arm 10 work in tandem to, like, they're essentially swinging completely different triangles, but, like, in a perfectly constructive way. And Arm 11 using... So this solve, I think, more than any other that we've seen so far, uses the length to swing to beautiful effect. Because every triangle, even when it's bonded as an X, here on Arm 11, is swung with that length to rotate. Getting it right out of the way means you can swing both and bond conditionally and all that stuff. And again, that length 2 swing grants you space to put in 3 arms to output, and I love this solve personally. I think it's an awesome solve. Eggsucker writes in the solution notes, Arm 10 and 11 doing that happened by complete accident. Oh, the swing handoff. That is funny. That was an accident. As an incredibly happy accident.
Yeah, Bob Ross would love that one.
Alright. We don't have a 10th place, actually, because we have a dead heat at 9th. So, we have 2 solutions coming up at 78 cycles. One of them submitted by none other than Mr. Puzzle. And, real quick, the lemon mod lets me turn up the lemons. So, just for this solve, we're going to have a few more lemons than usual. I don't think, the fact that you tied, I don't think ties count. So I think you only have to eat 7 lemons. No, there was not a 3-way tie. So this was the solve that inspired the lemon bet that happened. And it's funny because it's the first one being shown. Okay, so so this is again rate. No, this is rate 8. It says a rate of 8, but it remembered to do the latency trick. Otherwise, you could have added another lemon to that count. And it has 2 monomers stacked together in like this cool staircase pipeline. That's right, we're getting width tech and a height solve. You better believe it. And doing this actually lets you do the pivot thing that so many people tried to find but couldn't quite find. But yeah.
Okay, width tech in height solution is the most cursed thing we've seen so far, and I'm including Cuckoo 52. Seriously though,
I definitely
really
see the connection to waste reclamation, Mr. Puzzle. And if anyone actually hasn't seen Mr. Puzzle's winning solve to waste reclamation height, you must, because it's wicked cool, and this is definitely connected to it, for sure.
Yeah, waste reclamation height, that solve was legendary.
It is still the height cycles record, if you guys know where to find the leaderboards. If not, Panic's Week 2 tournament YouTube video will have it.
Okay,
So I was gonna say fucking banger solve.
I can see why this solution inspired the lemon bet. Because, like, this looks so good.
Mhm.
How the hell do you do better than this?
Very much
What do we
completely
got? 10
non-obvious.
arms at 8R?
Oh, yeah. That brings us to our other 78 cycle solve, though, submitted by Biggie. All right, let me turn that. Let me reduce the lemon count until the next lemon bet, of course. Then I will increase the lemon count. Okay, so that is a complicated ass input. That is a fat track.
Yeah.
Actually, very thankful turning off
That
collision
opening
happened.
salvo with the inputs gives me real TI vibes.
Ha! It does, doesn't it? So, clutch swing here. I'll highlight it here to turn the brick into an X. Whoosh. Very important swing, that one. And then arm 3 can do the second swing. So we saw that in Egg Sucker's solve, I believe. The kind of the double length 2 swing. I'll get cracking on Biggie's solution notes, though. If someone pulls off period 4 1P, which would be min rate, that would be slick, but I don't think it's happening due to how difficult it is to achieve the necessary lateral motion in time. And P3 seems like it could maybe be done unrestricted, but never in full height. I pretty much exclusively worked backwards on this one, as you have to. I did find that you could avoid all the problems of horizontal wrong bonding by building an expanded form of the polymer that resembles tall, very dark thread but explosive. Then doing some cool debond rebond reshaping that may be a flavor of syrup. In this form, the only issues to contend with are calcifier placement and lateral movement. But when I found solutions for these, they turned out to provide a cleaner and faster solution that didn't use the very dark thread intermediary at all. To turn my solution here into that intermediary, move the rightmost bonder 1 tile to the left and get rid of the arm on the far right of the polymer. I would, but the anti-tweaking measures have won finally, once and for all. In fact, feel free to remove the rightmost arm entirely when showing this on stream. Non-looping is annoying but optimal. Non-looping is annoying but optimal, as it saves 10 cycles here. Last day edit, managed to save 6 more latency, 4 by reordering glyphs and 2 by taking inputs using a crazy track loop instead of a basic period 4 arm. I still have pretty significant wrong monomer woes, but I don't see any way to do better on that front. Need material to be in front of the polymer at the start, and the crucial section cannot handle a smaller monomer substitute. Alright, looking good. We're going to keep on rolling, though. And in 8th place, so we're done with complete ties. I can reveal that much. In 8th place, we drop a whopping 2 cycles to 76 with Grimmy, who is another lemon better. So, where is it? I want lots of lemons. We have another lemon better. No, wait. Did I just boot up Kazian's solve? Wow, I thought I booted up Kazian's solve because it was so similar. Oh, boy.
This is so similar.
Oh my god, the exact same diamond tracks. Oh my fucking god.
Alright, Kazian, can you tell us how this is different? Because I can't.
Oh, Kazian's muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's different because of the left side. There's that arm 5 slides that you into the lower into the lower two rows, and that's further along. So that appears to be how the 6 cycles are saved.
Grimmy writes in the
Yeah,
solution. Oh, sorry. Grimmy writes in the solution notes.
On the right.
Sorry, I talked over you again. Grimmy writes in the solution notes, the triplex bonds in the input suck. I'll make my own instead.
Oh, the other way it's different is that if you're below the second diamond track, there's a bonder and a debonder there that saves on the amount of fix it and post you have to do, and that's very significant when you can only advance the polymer towards the right once every 8 cycles. And I think this
That's
is
right.
exactly...
Didn't you have like 5 glyphs in fix it post?
Yeah, this solution is exactly 8 cycles faster than mine. So that was what did it. The bonder debonder under the second diamond track.
All right. So that's by my count. That's by my count 7. 7 lemons for Grimmy. 8 for Mr. Puzzle, 7 for Grimmy. I think I said 7 for Mr. Puzzle earlier. I was wrong. Coming up next in 7th place, we drop 4 more cycles to 72. We have Goodbye Galaxy, and I will reduce the lemon count real quick. We have 1 more lemon better for height, and that is Mad Master. We will see how many lemons Mad Master has to eat. When life gives you lemons. Indeed. So, looking very similar to Biggie's solve here, actually. So, we're seeing a lot of... So, it has to be said, we're seeing a lot of solution design convergence here. Which is telling me that we are starting to approach period 4 being maxed out. Problem is, there are still 6 more solves to show, so... Did everyone just get, like, within 10 cycles of each other, or is there more?
Look at arm 8 in there. On one of the periods it moves a Tringle, and on the other it moves the entire Monmer. I can see the Sunbrain in this.
That's like some 4 brain. Alright, I'm gonna keep it moving pretty quickly though.
Yeah, this arm 7-8 combination.
Oh yeah, powerful. Alright, I'm going to keep it moving pretty quick, just because of the similarities to previous solves. In 6th place, at 70 cycles, OMG, it's Abyssed, who was not one of the players who were particularly confident.
This is a supplier of lemons, not a consumer.
Mm-hmm. Unless of course she misses min primary on area, then she will be consuming lemons. Keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
To keep track of all these bets.
Yeah, this is real simple.
So this is almost... It's almost like I'm looking at Goodbye Galaxy solve, but with 2 less cycles. If I didn't know any better, I'd say the cycles are saved right at the start. It gets that brick over to the arm 7-6 combination quicker. Barely. But other than that, I don't think there are any really new ideas to talk about here. So, Also, I'm kind of speeding through a bit because we did it. So the next 5 solves are all at period 3. We had 5 people manage it. Period 3 height 4 was in fact possible. The first... Sorry.
When I was in Azorflex's notes, I was thinking, okay, so maybe Caluresis is going to get period 3, but I'm not. Not just Caluresis. It turns out the community always does better than you think it does.
So when I put this hype puzzle together, I was a firm believer in period 3. It was part of, like, if I wasn't confident it would happen, I don't think this puzzle would have had enough depth. And I think the last few solves have shown that. Yeah, period 3 was absolutely intentional part of why I was happy with this metric and confident in its depth. So, without further ado, the first period 3 solve.
Flags.
Sorry, what's up?
Flags. There should be more ado. Bist has notes.
Oh, does Bist have notes? Oh, okay. Bist's notes read kind of just the same construction method as my area lol, a simple period 4 8R solve. Okay. Sorry, getting back to it. Our first period 3 solve, however, clocks in at 863 cycles Ebonov. Okay, so I mentioned it briefly before, but handoffs are they're not impossible, but they're very hard. You basically, so there's a handoff here that's about to happen. You're going to see it done. Arm 1 is holding the salt, and it gets pawned off right here as Arm 3 moves it. That is the handoff. You can't do direct handoffs. You can do indirect handoffs, and that is very important.
Oh my goodness, that is amazing. It's not no wands, just indirect handoffs. That is, woo.
And it's particularly cool here in this solve because you have to calibrate the length of the track loop here perfectly so that handoff is timed each time. I'm pretty sure this solve loops. I don't think Ebonov caught the latency trick, so this will just loop. And then, yeah. So you kind of leave this, and you do the... I think we saw this in another solve. I think it was it Royal Spade, I think, who had this idea of kind of wanding the input. Sorry, the monomer, like wanding the polymer by use of the monomer. I got there eventually. But yeah, the whole thing is very like automated. As a result, there's not even that much fixing it in post you have to do. In fact, you can see a clear example of the handoff here right at the very start. Oh, elephant, back to the spot we were at. But yeah, right there, real quick. Just that's technically a handoff right there. I think we were at about there. Alright, so let's read Evonov's notes.
This handoff is much cleverer than anything I've found.
It's a super slick handoff, isn't it? Alright, so Ebonov writes, 82R and 82 hex loop. The design mandates that they're the same number. First thing that hinted at me that period 3 is possible is the configuration to wand a 2-part brick to form a monomer, and then hammer the thermals to properly fuse it. That is, break the salt-salt bond and push left side to bond again. The next thing is logistics with wands. I can't imagine a wand initialization mechanism within 4 height, but stumbled into this idea of using a different wand to make the previous arm lose its wand. If you see an earlier iteration titled Expelliarmus, this is why. Initialization takes form of the first monomer not having this extra wand atom. So the first monomer is just kind of missing one, which is why it doesn't like output earlier, I think. Kind of, not really. Anyway, back to the notes. Since every monomer past the first one needs the wand atom for hammering to not explode, the arms need to be spaced exactly so that each wand is transferred to the next brick instead of the second next brick and so on. Therefore, the brick shape at wand transfer time determines the amount of work to transform it to end form. So basically this shape has been calibrated to allow this handoff, basically. And it's kind of worked out perfectly that this then also forms the brick. So that you don't have to do much work before you can split it into two triangles. It's neat that when I found the two height wand transfer shape here, I could start forming the right triplex bonds right out of the gate. And several transform steps can happen on the same glyph. So, I don't know how your experience was with cycle optimizing at period 3 Fiesta, but that shit was cursed. Ebanov's solve here, the first period 3 solve he submitted was at 2,500 cycles.
I've been sitting on it all week, but I have to give a huge thank you and shout out to Mr. Puzzle for the Sig2 mod or whatever, because without the track editor, this was not happening, you know?
I think this tournament, I think, has kind of facilitated the normalization of mods a bit, because some of the shit I've asked you Alchemist to do is so cursed that it was not happening without the modern, mod tech that we have that makes, playing this game so much nicer at this level of optimization. Alright. In 4th place, the cycle count takes a big drop. It is 395. You are next, Fiesta.
Very cool.
Not sure you're expecting to be next, but yeah, everyone after you really focused on the cycle count. Alright, so this is...
I mean, I'm not sad at all.
Nah, to be fair, 4th place is 4th place. Alright, do you want to walk us through the solve, or do you want me to get right into the notes?
Yeah, go ahead. Take away with the notes, because I have a bad echo.
Alright. I'll actually, slow it down a bit here. Alright, Fiesta writes, finding this solve was a tempestuous journey. It began with a desire for redemption. In the pig puzzle last year, I could tell, even in the midst of solving, that I did not fully grasp how the metric worked. Only twice have I submitted a final solve, feeling like I had not met my potential, and that period 6 cabinet was one of them. I actually feel the same way. Fortunately, at stream time, we got to see 5 beautiful examples of period 4 solutions, and from those examples, I finally began to understand the metric. So when I saw the P metric again this year, I immediately went for the jugular. Period 4 or bust. Moreover, with cycles tertiary, I also committed to rate 8. My plans drew heavily from the philosophies of RA and TI, both of which favor short periods. I figured out my monomer, validated a mechanism that could assemble the polymer at half P4, and built prep machinery capable of producing monomers at that speed. Glorious. Except there was no way to deliver the prepared monomer to the constructor. It required 3 translations in 4 cycles. I tried a different constructor that only needed 2 translations, but that one did not allow enough space for arms to advance the polymer. foiled. But I am persistent. I was still committed to period 4, but perhaps I could relax my standard on rate. Borrowing ideas from cabinet instructions philosophy, I replaced the constructor with a single arm on a track loop, slowly completing all of the necessary steps and stepping aside to let the next monomer pass. After slowing down the prep machinery to match, everything worked. I first saw the victory screen with a 1/12th P design, never having compromised on my P4 target. I happily optimized that machine down to 214 cycles when I had a troubling realization. The track loop constructor arm that had saved my P4 idea only uses 3 instructions. What if it were possible to make the whole machine in period 3? What if this metric was a cousin not of TI or RA, but of free space I? I mean, when you think about it, we still have an infinite canvas here. The height metric constrains one dimension, but we can stretch out as far as we want in the others. Moreover, since I is not a target metric, we can employ as many arms as we want to complete the task, which technically should make everything more feasible. The idea was horrifying, but I had to test it, if only to disprove the possibility. My dread steadily grew as I built a machine that could indeed assemble monomers at period 3, with many arms circling a single large loop. I was encouraged, though, by my inability to find a polymer constructor. Single cycle timing offsets allowed the monomers to be handed off, but the geometry that allowed the handoff also missed one required bond, so I relaxed. Period 3 was not possible, thank goodness. However, it seems my brain was subconsciously working on the problem still. I woke up the next morning with a strange thought rattling around my brain. Fiesta, you didn't try using wands. Where was I? It's true, I hadn't. Moreover, I didn't want to. The mere idea seemed to make the cursedness of the period 3 solution space even worse. But you must recall that my goal here was redemption. Do the metric full justice. Reach to the limits of my ability. So, like it or not, I had to explore wands. I first tried a single wand. One arm on a long loop producing one monomer per circuit with a second loop feeding it material. The idea didn't work, but that didn't reassure me because this strategy solved all the handoff problems I had encountered the day before. I would simply need to abandon one of my favorite children, looping. Cursed felt too weak of a word for it at this point. One day later found me once again looking at the victory screen, this time in despair. 1200 cycles, 850 area, 3100 gilder, height 4, period 3. I had built a monstrosity with all of the Byzantine cursedness of Free Space I, but with none of the clever elegance. Fortunately, the journey did not end there. I began to make peace with the solution space as I optimized the solve. Much credit and deep thanks are due to Mr. Puzzle and his Forgitsku mod. Without its wonderful tools for editing long tracks, the first period 3 abomination I created would have also been the last. Instead, I was able to substantially exorcise the cursedness to what you see here. I still cannot shake the feeling that this strategy is a degenerate option that rather ruins the lovely puzzle that Zorflax designed. Hence my decision to dress up the machine with aesthetically non-functional parts, amusing G and A numbers, and silly wordplay in the name. This way I can focus on the fun and prettiness instead of the inherent cursedness. Most importantly though, I have my redemption. This work... Yeah. This work does reflect the best of my ability. Mr. Puzzle.
Yeah, that's kind of the story of how it came about. The story of kind of what's going on here is I actually never did find a way to make period 3 loop, which so I'm actually really impressed by Ebenov already. But this manages to be faster because you just jam the arms back into the mechanism when they're done, and you can put them really close together because they don't.
Oh, Fiesta, your mic's muted. Oh.
So, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying, I never found a way to do a handoff, but it actually ended up working out because by just jamming the arms back into the mechanism, you put them a lot closer together and not need to time anything.
But then you also found the latency trick, so it didn't.
No timing. It's not important.
Yeah, nah, fuck timing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, yeah, aesthetically speaking, this is really lovely. I don't know. You asked me earlier in the week whether
Yeah, I see in the chat, there's no handoff. And I see in the chat that there's a note that if there's no handoff, it can be 2P. Yes, there is. I had considered making a 2P showcase, but then week 7 dropped and I had work to do there. But yeah, you can totally do 2P. So with other polymers, that's always a potentially possible thing. The only reason we haven't seen 2P in any of the campaign polymers, I've looked at them, is there isn't enough stuff in the input for you to grab everything you need to, because every arm needs to grab from a different point. But this one, you have way more material than you need, so I'm certain that period 2 is possible.
I believe, yeah, I think someone in Discord was like, since period 2 is impossible, can we talk about period 3? And I'm like, no, you can't. Also, I wasn't allowed to clarify that period 2 is actually possible. But yes, this puzzle should be doable in period 2, which is not something you can say for very many Opus Magnum puzzles without overlaps, but you sure as shit can for this one. Alright. Excellent work. We have a podium to crown, however. And in third place, at 374 cycles, we have Spiritual Shampoo. Advanced Fishing is the name of the game here. Okay, so we actually start way off over... That's right. We actually start way off over here. All right, so we have classic height wanding tech. So this gets moved around. So arm 6 is about to grab the whole damn thing. Now it does one little divot here, important because that divot you can start to see the bones of a monomer hidden within this giant, and that salt stick is just like dead. Don't need it. Fuck it. We go across again, way across because this thing's huge. Does one important divot. Oh, right where the salts are. You can see the debond. Further hinting. Now, arm 6 is done. It's debonded. So, arm 8's going to take it from here.
Plot twists everywhere in this solution. I have no idea where this is going.
So, all this shit, none of this shit looks like it's going to be matted. This stuff, though, it's already had a bit of stuff done to it. So, a bit of processing here happening. So, oh, we have a break off. And now this is wanting. So, instead of... So, important here. So, the monomer here gets clipped off once and for all. It is a monomer. Arm 12 will do its pivot. It can't be pushed. It can be pulled, however, with a wand. And it has to be pulled at a certain rate, which is why there is more than one wand. There's like a good few wands here to keep the rate up. So the arm 12 can just do its like grab, pivot, drop. Do a ghost one, grab, pivot, drop.
Yeah, I no longer have anything intelligent to say about these solutions. I'm just going, whoa, dude.
And then my game crashes immediately after. Oh, that's cool.
I'm very glad to see that there are ways to do period 3 that don't involve tearing your hair out.
I was actually surprised, because I obviously I don't have many like different players that got period 3 to like gauge the solution space, but from what I can gather, surprisingly wide solution space. It's a really cool, just giant fucking stick idea. Breaking it off, half the stick off at the end. Having it kind of selectively process the monomers that are actually going to input. And then this wand idea kind of allowing you to output and break off the stick into parts. Really cool stuff. Spiritual shampoo.
Can you show the mini map for a minute?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
It's quite a cool mini-map, actually.
Nice.
So Spiritual Shampoo writes in the solution notes, other people at period 3 have already explained everything for me. Well. Thank you, Spiritual Shampoo. Nah, it's cool, I get it. I admire the confidence, actually, truth be told.
Yeah.
There's actually, so it's a multi-directional wand. Oh, it crashes because I'm not gonna try and figure out exactly why it's crashing. That's really, it's funny though. Of course it had to happen on Spiritual Shampoo's solve. Alright, once the game loads back up, I'll move on. Alright. It is between Calurasis and Madmaster 5000. In second place, at 257 cycles, Calurasis. Which means...
Ooh, wow.
Congratulations, Madmaster. You won your lemon bet.
Applause.
Okay, so important note: these first couple of inputs are like one-offs, and these are all going to be used as wands. You can see there's a wand here, bringing it down. Let me zoom in a bit so it's a bit more passable. Yeah, so arm 3 here has the initial wand, which pulls a monomer down or an input down. Arm 5 wanding has it across. Arm 9 still setting up the other wands, and you can see arm 10. Got to get that thing ahead as the wand kind of carries this monomer, which is, if you notice, already mostly processed. Arm 10, hands off, so we finally have wands. Arm 12 is kind of threatening to do something, but isn't doing it just yet. Important to note. So why do we have two wands here? We've already got one. Why do we need a second? That will become apparent pretty shortly. Alright, so even more wanding. So we're wanding once more. Alright, so not even wanding, we're just... Oh, we are grabbing that one directly, but... So, a lot like Spiritual Shampoo is this idea of snapping off the monomer, get your clutch pivot in, and then have the wand pull it from the right instead of having to worry about pushing it from the left.
This is going to be another whoa dude for me.
So, for those of people thinking about wand tech, one thing that I'm learning here, because actually my P3 is the first time I've ever used wands for anything. You can hand off a wand. All you have to do is put the arm on the end of a track so that it doesn't move anymore.
Correct, yes.
It's got a number of places here.
Yeah, you can see it happens here pretty close to the start here. So arm 6, grab, move, drop, and then I think it's arm 3 will eventually kick in. Grab.
And 7's going to do it.
Because arm 3 can grab while arm 6 is quote-unquote moving, because the atom doesn't actually move, so no collision is detected. So you can start the grab instruction earlier than you otherwise would if you need arm 6 to do anything else. So yeah, important point. But very clean. It seemed like a big part of the problem that Spiritual Shampoo was having was the calcification. You had to do that like one giant like downwards motion, and Kelly Reese's can just like calcify the input because he's bringing it down instead of sideways. And so you already have like a mostly processed brick that you don't really have to. You can just do a fix it in post kind of job here. Oh, collisions turn back on.
Again, I am so happy to see that there are good ways of doing period 3 instead of whatever I was trying.
It also needs to shut off the input so the next monomer doesn't pivot out of full height after the fishing line is pulled away. Oh, when does it shut off the input? Let's see if I can find that. It's around here, I think.
Probably the piston then, I guess.
That's
yeah,
what
the piston is just going to grab push.
Ah. Yeah, it's that piston. That input's just dead because you can't. Yeah, okay. Otherwise, you get this weird. Yeah, otherwise, you break height 4. Very cool. Alright. Yeah, and the spiritual shampoo. Yeah. Sorry. I was just going to say, Spiritual Shampoo noting that he threw out more of his inputs than Caligarisis does here. Which is an important point, actually, as we move on to our first place solve. Winning by 10 cycles. That was it in the end. 10 cycles. And it was Mad Master 5000 who takes it. And I will not be turning the lemon mod up, because Mad Master doesn't have to eat a lemon. So, Mad Master finds a completely different idea here.
Reflecting everything?
Alright, so Arm 16 is going to take over. Arm 16 is going to take over from here. Arm 16 does like all the work. Right? Just like, boom. Heart rate, track shape, and just does all the assembling by itself. What's the handoff?
Whoa.
Single arm batching.
Just do the whole thing with one arm, pull it at the end. Bang.
Beautiful.
Whoa.
It doesn't loop, but it doesn't crash either. That's funny. So Mad Master here wrote 2 sets of solution notes. They were if I don't place first and if I do place first. The one that says if I do place first reads... Oh, I've lost the input. There's about a 0% chance I win, so I can write whatever I want here. Moors isn't real, wake up sheeple. Suck those lemons, boys, girls, and smizmars. But the actual the actual notes that he was expecting me to read have analysis in them, so I'm going to read them anyway. I'll just read the analysis part. The machinery by the input adds 6 atoms to a big stick every 3 tape loops. the big stick gets grabbed by an arm with the instructions grab plus plus to move extra fast through a glyph minefield to prep it for a self-assembly process next to the output. I'm highly confident that all the better solves than this one also use this self-assembling big stick, but with better initialization. It feels so strong to use, which is why I assume the high confidence from other players. Little did he know, no one else found the self-assembly idea. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, again, that notion of you can pass it off if it's at the end of a track is so critical. Not a thing that I'd ever seen before. I need to look more closely at RI, clearly.
I learned, well, RI is mostly period 4. I learned some of wand handoff stuff when I was experimenting with trackless period 3, but obviously I didn't learn enough. And I don't mean trackless period 3 for this puzzle, I mean just in puzzles in general.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, shockingly simple idea to cap off that height.
A note from the notes, looping P3 is possible. It is. That's what Ebenov gave us.
Yeah, Ebenov's period 3 solve was looping, so looping period 3 is very much possible.
In some ways, it's therefore one of the ones I like the most. Looping is one of my favorite children.
Fiesta and Ebenov had the same final bundle layout, but they did it one monomer at a time. Huh. Also, it's funny because there was the idea mentioned by Spiritual Shampoo of throwing away a lot of what was grabbed, and Cali Reeses did less of that. Madmaster did almost none of it, which is why he was able to make up the lack of input grabbing that Cali Reeses has had, and why he was able to pip him right at the end. Yeah, okay, yeah. We've got a bunch of showcases to go through. 3 hours for one metric, and that was the faster metric. Whew. Alright, well, you might be surprised by how quickly we get through area, or at least I'm hoping. That could just be me huffing the copium, but
it's good to have hope, you know?
Yeah, I need it. Also, there are notably less area solves than height solves. In height, we started at like 47th or something. It's like we're almost gonna start at the top 30 for area, so hopefully we can keep this entire
There
stream.
is something attractive about the underexplored nature of height, and particularly height with period.
And it hit that perfect, like, easy to solve, hard to optimize kind of thing that you always aim for as a puzzle designer. Okay, gonna figure out where we're starting. Okay. So we're starting in 42nd, but then we'll be skipping a few more after that. So at 42nd place, we have Luna. Squash and stretch. Oh, I think I can stay zoomed in unless... Yeah, the latency arm is dead now because this is area and we don't need that bad boy. So funnily enough, this turned out to be
building the correct monomer.
Ah, yes. We're back to the correct monomer. Oh, how long ago it was.
And we see what the difficulty of doing that. It needs that assassin's filament style upward bump to get rid of the unwanted horizontal.
Yeah, the correct monomer actually makes this a much worse puzzle. Like, good lord. Luna writes in the solution notes, God, I don't understand those celebrity alchemists. They love to show off the really flashy metrics in demos and contests. But where's the love for the stuff that really makes the world tick? I think this is a fairly straightforward construction of a fairly fearsome formula. No magic to be seen here, just arms doing their jobs. Easy to maintain, and doesn't burn through your engine's limited lifespan. Whenever you see a flashy, rate-optimized machine, or a machine with so few arms that the instruction tape becomes the majority of its cost, just know it's really machines like this one that power your cities. I wish people were more honest about it. A now retracted post from Alchemist Luna's blog. Shout out to Bleats.
Well, yes, some is underappreciated. Not really, but you know what I mean.
Some is the canon metric, damn it. Hold up, let me turn collision back on. Because we're going to need that area. I'm going to need that area. Yeah. Area tracker, pressing P, that is. Oops, that was me. What? Alright, hold up. I accidentally pressed the overlap button. Whoops.
I think it's called exploding view because it exploded the view.
It absolutely did. Alright. Gonna try and figure out where we're at next. It's not these solves. Alright. 38th place. We have a quick area solve. Let me know if I'm skipping a submission that you like did for area that you actually optimized for area. So I'm looking at like the solution titles going, that says height, and all that stuff. So I'm basing it off that. But if I skip your solve, tell me. And if you don't want it skipped, that is. That's kind of interesting. We start with an
Back to
elbow.
the parallelogram.
So kind of interesting. Start an elbow. Thwack a salt onto it, and then do a pivot for the last two fires, and then you get your brick. And then fix it in post.
Zorflax from the chat. Pineapple is requesting that you see theirs.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Alright, I'll do that one next. My bad.
Kind of a neat pivot to attach that monomer from ARM 5.
Actually, is a slick pivot. I like that. Alright. Sorry about that, Pineapple. Let me go back up. Hold up, we didn't skip Pineapple. No, you're still to come, Pineapple, don't worry. Alright. So, I'll move on from this solve, though. So, 37th is a height solve. Height solve-ish. I think 34th is a height solve. Let me just... No, alright. This kind of does not look like a height solve. No, alright. Yeah, this is an area solve. Cool. Alright, we'll stay here from... We'll move down. So
Single triplex.
Okay, so what was the name of the game in area? So in area, the name of the game is unless you do want. So the brick monomer is kind of a bit of an issue because of the way you need to do the whole fix it and post thing, which leaves the X monomer as your go because you can just kind of slide it across over a single bonder. Problem is, if you want to like, the X monomer is like very area intensive to like put together in and of itself without attaching things to the monomer or like to the polymer. So there's a lot of like forced area usage here, and we're seeing like the struggles here of putting two triangles together. You see that thing is swinging around quite a bit, and there is no way to avoid that.
In fact, I believe if you assemble tringles like this, where the middle triplex is the last one you use, necessarily every single hex around the triplex is going to be covered at some point.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Right. So you form a triplex. The fact this is a 4 long stick of triplex means that there's some area demands.
Yeah.
No matter what you do.
All right. In the solution notes, no longer breathed in writes, previous smallest was 96 area. I am not good at polymer area puzzles. Yeah, so expect the area to be dropping quite gradually for a while. Because, yeah, polymer area is hard. It's funny because we look back to those of us who were around last year. We're all like, we got a harder polymer area puzzle last year than this one, right? Well, A, kind of not, but B, polymer area is still just fucking hard inherently without the weird sparse polymer tech. So in 32nd place, sorry, 33rd place, my bad, at 94 area, we have pineapple. My moment of infinite happiness.
This is quite area-ish.
It's area-ish, but it commits to brick, which is definitely like the easier, like it's the easier way to do it. But it means there is a lot of like, it locks you into using a lot of area.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
There's
these
a request to hold 2.
Oh. Oops. It's actually min height. That's funny.
Untouched Critelli, we must note.
Very fair, yeah. Quality Critelli. Like that. Yeah, this is actually min height.
Respect.
Anyway.
Certified Critelli moment.
I promise I will post the law. But yeah, not looking good. This looks similar to the height solve, actually. I don't think this is the height solve, but it's height brained. Otherwise, it wouldn't be height 4, I don't think. So they're the same solution notes as the height solve, actually. So I did read them earlier, so I'll hold off on that one.
I recognize the solution title. I think this is the same.
It might actually just be the same solve. I just wanted to cover all bases by showing it.
Pineapple says to move on.
Huh?
Yeah, Pineapple says to move on.
Ah, easy. All right. In 93 area, at 32nd place, Dino Lord 919. All right, so this is area brain.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so it does the X monomer, but it still needs to fix a few triplex bonds up.
Area bottom text.
You know, I have to say, Zorflax, that the fact that the 2 metrics fit through height and area I found sort of interesting, because when you get down to it, polymer area is usually pretty height-ish. You can just put things that aren't atoms outside the height.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the atoms themselves are still restricted in that way. And you can see that here. Other than the input, every atom stays inside height 4, swings notwithstanding.
Yeah, it is actually a good it's a good point to make, because I actually, one of my playtesters, I think it was Yosh, was like very concerned that I had done an area metric and an area adjacent metric in the same week, and isn't that a bad idea? But I think height was cursed in a completely different way that did not resemble area at all. So I was pretty happy that they were sufficiently different. But when you start thinking about it, it definitely at like as you boot up the puzzle and look at them, you're kind of like, wait, aren't they similar? Then you have to like cook a bit, and you realize they're not similar because of the low period shit. But because low period is
not similar at all.
yeah, low period is absolutely not an option when area optimizing. So Dino
Besides,
Lord,
even if they were similar, we already did 2 area adjacent metrics for Latch Hook Fireworks, so
yeah.
that's me being tongue in cheek. This has been a good year for area.
I hope the area mains have been eaten well with the puzzles. Dino Lord writes in the solution notes, it's not a particularly good area solve, but it is an improvement on the first design. I had another area design, but after looking at the first finished version, I thought to myself, this isn't even a good area solve, and proceeded to just upgrade that first one. Could have been worse, I suppose. Absolutely. I think because, yeah, many of us veterans in the community have done like a couple of like nails hard polymer area puzzles in the past. It's one of those things where we now treat it as like normal, where it's actually still completely cursed and still a completely alien idea to like most people who will ever play this game.
Area alone is something kind of alien for puzzles beyond like chapter 2.
Right, yeah. You have to get to like, I think the first cursed area puzzle, Stamina Potion's pretty cursed, but until then, it's not until like the end of chapter 3 that you get like a proper challenging area. I think Surrender Flow might be kind of hard. Moving on though. 31st place at 92 area, River Soul. Just going to give it a quick glance because it might in fact be the... I think I recognize this solve. Yeah, it's the... Yeah, this is the haiku. Alright.
Okay, moving on, I suppose.
Top 30. At 88 area, we have Garimi. Not an area main, to say the least, so the effort is very much appreciated. Grimmy writes in...
Well, we can definitely see... Sorry, read the notes, please, first.
It just says the IG in AIG stands for I guess.
I was going to say to this is, we are seeing here in Grimmy's solve one of the things that makes polymer area particularly tricky, which is there comes a point where you can't put arms down anymore because there's no way for them to pass unless you put some kind of track outside or whatever. And yeah, so being constrained to the height here makes life really tough because we got all that triplexing to do after the work is done.
Hmm.
Yeah, I initially thought this doesn't look like too hard of an area puzzle, and then I sat down for a second and went, oh no, oh dear, oh no.
I'd also note polymer choice, so still the X, which we're probably going to have an awful lot of for lots of reasons, but doing not the middle triplex last, but one of the ends. That I think is going to be rarer.
Yeah, actually, I'm a little surprised to see that. Alright. Moving on down. At 87 area, at 29th place, we have Mira. I think it's back-to-back top 30s for Mira, which in this week is good. It's really cool that I get to, like, claim that week 6 is one of the competitive weeks, because that's not something I don't think any previous tournament host has been able to, like, say that.
Handles the last pivots are on the triplex pretty good. Although needing 2 triplex bonders is definitely an indication of some trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not an easy way to solve the triplex problem.
No, they're very much
No, there's not. But keeps the pivoting of that piece over the glyphs, which is always a good thing.
The triplex in height was like, yay, fuck yeah, yes, this is easy. And the triplex in area is like, ew, gross, fuck off, hard.
Yeah, that's an indicator of a good choice of metrics. Completely different challenge.
I mentioned my solve title. Good studying opportunity for this puzzle was suspiciously stable substance.
I think that's a good shout. Suspiciously stable substance had a very nails hard area challenge. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Shadow Cluster won on primary on that one.
That sounds right.
My weekly's
Mr.
lore
Puzzle got real close, but I don't think had the primary.
Right. Reciting my weekly's lore back to myself. Mira writes in the solution notes, area isn't even slightly my metric, but I went ahead and threw this together in an afternoon as something that scores a bit better in this metric than my HPC. It was fun. That's glad
That's
to
what we're
hear.
about.
All right. That's good to hear, because I think Area got a bit of, because Area is kind of like the forgotten child of this week, because Height kind of nerd sniped everyone. We drop a bit, though, down to 83 hexes. In 28th place, Vilfuck. Not my area of expertise. Nah.
I see. Puts the it's like glyphs behind the input. Interesting choice, but they're doing that so they can keep all the triplex.
Ah.
Neat, and a triplex attached on the end.
Mm-hmm.
I know Lord is calling it edge binding, and I'm going to be calling it that from now on because it's concise.
Vilfuck writes in the solution notes, low effort solution. If you're reading this, I didn't improve it. There you go.
Yeah, you can see a couple of suspect elements storing atoms and things.
Yeah.
Pretty good still.
Yeah, pretty strong. Yeah, it even if it was low effort, it shows like a strong understanding of how like this kind of area puzzle will work. In 27th place, we drop down to 79 hexes with Jamu.
Oh my.
The notes read, bad solve, predict 37th place. So 27th place is a damn sight better than the prediction, so...
Sounds like a victory to me.
Yeah, take those. We take those.
This is doing the economical triplex movement that I think we'll see more of as we go on.
Yeah, I think this becomes the norm. Because you want as few triplex bonders on the board as possible. Like, even with all the nasty swings you have to do, placing multiple triplex bonders is never something you want to do. At least if you can avoid it.
I guess
and
one way to describe the way they're making it work is most of the used swing space is over the bonder next to the polymer. And if the polymer were even closer, then it could potentially be over the polymer output itself. So you kind of get it for free, even though it's area heavy.
Yeah.
Yes. We are starting to see the general motif of area solutions where the glyph carpet where each glyph does something is also just your workspace, and you go to different corners of it to get different things done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you first start doing area, you're thinking like, how am I going to? You'd start thinking, well, if I'm swinging my stuff over a whole bunch of glyphs, aren't I going to have like 5 different transmutations when I try to do anything? And I mean a little bit of that, but not really. Glyphs are picky.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we did actually have our first primary tie here. So clocking in at 434 cycles, as opposed to this solves 876, is Daniel L.
Good job, Daniel.
TIL initialization sucks. All right. So haven't brushed on this before, but this is a part of what made Area not very nice, is that because of the way I designed the monomer to be that monomer and not the X monomer, you get a few atoms. You get at least one atom on the end you need to like put there. And if you make a part of a full-blown monomer, then that's a lot of wasted area that you can potentially avoid by doing something different at the start, which means you have to 6p the whole damn thing.
Something we might see sooner or later would be the whole wrong monomer and the waste you have to deal with is actually different depending on which side you build on.
True.
Because you can build backwards.
Yeah, if you build backwards, you have a different waste kind of setup.
Yeah, I do wonder how long it will be before we see our first build it backwards solve. Daniel L. writes in the solution notes, first attempt at area optimization. If this is like your first ever area puzzle, then you've done pretty well here. This is not an easy area puzzle to get started on.
Yeah, he seems to have intuitively grasped what Kazyan was saying about how your glyphs are your workspace. It's okay to touch them.
So this solve also does a thing where it preserves all the triplex bonds on the input that actually gets used as fire. So seeing that again, which I think explains why there's 2 triplex glyphs again. So I wonder if those two ideas go hand in hand, or if I'm misreading it a bit.
It looks like this is one really frustrating collision away from being able to move the output and final bonder 1 hex to the left.
Yeah, sadly,
not quite. It looks like there's just one swim that'll miss. Right here.
That's the name of the game with Area, one frustrating collision.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright. Going on down, we're back on our primary drop grind. At 77 hexes, we have Bun Bun. Here we go.
We got a backwards one.
A lot of arms, but nearly minimum glyphs. And yes, backwards build.
So Bun Bun here does the thing where the X monomer preserving all the triplex bonds, but this time with only one triplex bonder. But just kind of eats all the swings that swinging a length 4 stick kind of forces when you do that.
Yeah, and so I guess we get to see right away. So what's the difference with having the left build or the right build versus waste? When you do the build from the left, you have 3 atoms of waste you have to deal with, so you stick something to the end. And here, you're essentially stealing one from the first, and giving it to the last, so you just have 1 free atom to toss around, which can potentially be useful to you.
Hmm.
Here, it's being used for suppression.
This is a cool point, actually, because when you suppress the input, because it's a lot of area puzzles with big inputs, there's a heavy focus on input suppression. And if you've got like 1 atom that you can't do anything with lying around, well, then you get to use those other 2 hexes as like free real estate, literally. That you can just use it as swing space to store shit, and having that one in at like spare little like junk atom to suppress the input can be very useful. It lets you put the input in places where you don't think you could get away with putting an input. Oh, there's a little cool.
That we'll see some pretty soon.
Oh, did a little cool.
Inputs in the middle of everything.
Hang on. Nice.
Big finish.
Yay!
Big fan of that.
We did it.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Just keep going too. I'll read the slide.
I also noticed Bun Bun made a point of making sure that the proper atom was connected the proper way on top of the ellipsis.
True.
Attention to detail.
That's the canonical bond that comes up next. Bun Bun writes in the solution notes, solved with area in mind, but by no means is it fully optimized. Reduced area here and there with some minor changes for less cycles. Area polymers are weird. Area polymers are weird. Alright. Keeping things going. At 75 hexes, we drop down to 24th place with Zanuck. Alright. That's a much more sparse kind of... Well, not sparse, but there are less glyphs here.
Looking more and more like area.
I said... So with the junk at the start, it just decides to eat the extra hexes here. Which is like... I think it's 2 extra hexes. And funnily enough, if I look at the next submission real quick, those 2 extra hexes would not have mattered. So there you go. And as a result, we get a nice clean looping solve, I think. Right? No, we still don't. We still don't loop. Oh well. So, regarding the solution name, Zanuck writes in the notes, the N is for no, I'm not optimizing. I have run out of steam. Nearly at the end, Zanuck. See, one thing that
Again,
I did...
really good triple X movement here.
Oh, yeah. I think it's a pretty cool solve, actually.
Yeah.
But, you know, talking about, you mentioned Zorflact, area in the middle things. You see those 3 equilibrium glyphs up top?
Yeah.
Veteran area solver looks at that and says, I could put my stick there. And just cover it up with a spare atom sometimes when I want the space.
That is a prescient observation. You very much could do something like that. But yeah, in reference to the whole running out of steam thing, because, yeah, one of the things that I am quite happy about having done as tournament host that I'm sort of hoping carries on to future years is the extra break week kind of idea. Kind of, I don't know. Yeah, I even as host kind of appreciated the fact that I gave myself that break, and because the first break week people were kind of like super hungry to play Opus Magnum, but the second break week came along and it was a bit more like, oh, good, get to take a breather here. Knock out week 6, and then Criterion, you've got an extra week to worry about it, and you don't actually have to worry about doing all 3 metrics if you don't want to, and if you're kind of like running a little low on energy, you've got an extra week to just worry about two of the metrics if you don't want to like play all 3. So yeah, not necessarily the.
We got a lot of tryhards in here, and I count myself among them, but you do not need to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Rytelium is the final boss for a reason, but let's continue talking about thermal fuse.
Yes.
All right, at 23rd place, at 72 hexes, we have Mad Master 5000. I'm just here so I won't get fined. All right, we're gonna
Appreciate the pop culture reference.
Okay, multiple triplex bonders here.
Okay, so stick goes off on the end. So instead of eating 2 extra hexes, we're only eating 1 extra hex, I believe, with that stick on the end.
Taking the L so you don't have to worry about waste.
Yeah. And this is 1P. This actually loops. Yay. So we're preserving both triplex bonds again here. We're reintroducing the second triplex bonder just because the swing space is so extreme that you do have to consider the second triplex bonder.
Yeah, you're swinging around a linked force stick in an area puzzle. It's pain. You got to figure that out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I suppose one of the other calculations that's sort of the reverse of what we've been talking about for area is if there's a movement you have to make, why not fill that with glyphs, the area that it covers? And this is doing that.
All right.
Cons, you have to use all that area. Pros, you get to use all that area.
Exactly.
Exactly.
All right. Let's keep trucking along. We drop down to 70 hexes with Egg Sucker 888. Multi-bonder.
Well, not something.
Otherwise, min glyphs if you count the multi-bonder as one.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're 6ping this, so no extras. It does mean...
I see. The multi-bonder makes the correct monomer much easier.
Yeah.
That came together with no effort, by the look of it.
Ooh.
All right, we got 2 waste atoms floating around that have to be dealt with.
Yeah, 1 waste atom is kind of nice if you want, like, you know, helps with input suppression. 2 waste atoms, that's just annoying, you know.
Mm.
I like the multi-bonder idea, though. That's pretty clever.
Yeah, I do too. Not something that I had even thought about, but I'm seeing it work, and there's a lot of things it makes easier.
Mm-hmm.
Eggsucker 888 writes in the solution notes, optimized for a theoretical looping quaternary. So this actually loops. Goes to the trouble of looping with the 2 waste atoms, which is appreciated. And there you go. I was
Gotta see this loop.
gonna do something cursed for the loop. That's fuck yeah. Oh, there we go.
Okay, yep.
If it loops, it loops.
Doesn't matter. It validated.
Two-dimensional polymer.
All right. Keeping it going. We are down to 69 area. Very nice. In 21st place, Foxy Hayes, who's pretty chuffed getting 69 area, I must say. Also, damn, whole damn thing fits in one screen.
Weird feeling at this point.
Yeah, it's like this solution was designed to be small.
Ooh, those last few things to make the correct +1 monomer were very slick.
So I think on this triangle track here, that top hex of track gets used exactly once, and it got used just then, and it won't be used again, I don't think, but it was necessary for that one use.
And you get to use it anyway because the polymer
I believe
slide
this is,
over it.
Yeah.
this is the first solution with true min glyphs? I think it is.
I believe so, yeah. One bonder, one debonder, calcifier, triplex, that's it.
All right.
Calcifier is in a really difficult spot.
That is way out of the way, yeah.
Actually, that explains the big horseshoe track on top. 2 has to stay clear, pulling the polymer all the way back to calcify.
Yeah, I think the reason it has to be so far out of the way is because this polymer has to kind of go way back over that bonder to get one of the bonds. And so all the fire items come all the way
so if you're
back
there
over
anyway.
here. Yeah.
That's the moment of you get to use all that area.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you had to anyway.
Foxy Hayes writes in the solution notes, had a few days free, so thought I'd try this. 3 days later, I finally got the 69 I was seeking. Better may be possible, but this was hard enough, and the 69 is a good reward. I went from 75 to 74 to 71 to 70 and thought that was as good as it gets. But like anyone so close to getting a 69, I had to keep trying. Sadly, I could not make this loop. There may be a way, but unlike my looping 70, which is now a showcase, I had to remove the lower bonder here as it caused problems with the 2 block waste. But yeah, 69.
Well done.
It's honestly a great showing from Foxy Hayes. Would have
Min glyphs.
yeah,
It's already good.
would have been top 20 if not from a last-minute submission by none other than Morikonda at 69 area, 451 cycles. Mistakes were made. Alright, so this is looking extremely economical so far, but then 2 waste atoms, I believe. Yeah. Oh, clipped a couple.
64 until the last bond, they're saying.
Well, 60.
Oh, yeah, because you got to pull the thing all the way back like we were seeing before.
Yeah. Oh, so this... Oh, God, the last bond, more shit. More bad shit happens. Oh, no.
The first monomer is fancy. The last monomer is fancy. I think that's going to be a recurring motif.
Also, I point out one thing Mora is doing really well here that I think makes this much faster is consuming the waste. Instead of having to shuffle it around, you just use it in the next monomer, and the last input pull becomes the new waste.
Right, yeah.
Very secondary minded.
Oh, so it has to... Oh, I see. It has to push the output out of the way more than it wants to. So you clip these 3 extra hexes before finally getting to pull it back. That hurts.
Mm.
So Mara
Area is
writes...
unforgiving.
Oh, sorry. Mora writes in the solution notes, at least it's nice. Started at 4 hours to deadline, finished this at 2.5 hours to deadline. Spent the rest of the time running into monomer bonding issues, unable to get rid of the slide behind or in front of the infinite, expecting min to be around 63 area. Quick little, so we have our first prediction for min area. I haven't actually asked about that yet. The story of Mora and the Mysterious 5 area.
I freaking have no idea what min is supposed to be for this puzzle. I could give a solid breakdown of what I think min is, but I know from experience, and especially in HPC, that the solution space is always way wider than you think it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think Mora's prediction is off by more than one.
Obvious.
All right. In 19th place, we drop down to 68 area. First of all, with Matrix V at 1020 cycles. Area V13. This is a pretty full-blooded attempt. Alright, so Minglyph's trapezoid track. We're going to be, by the looks of things, dealing with 2 waste atoms. So you can see some of the extra hexes clipped there. It makes that central triplex bond before adding the last salt on, which is pretty cool.
Matrix V has stuff to say in chat. Looks like we've got a budding area main.
Nice. You love to see it. I kept optimizing and resubmitting this all the way down to the deadline. A few small changes right after the deadline saved 55 cycles, so we'll see if that would have made a difference. Area as a primary is growing on me. Why is that calcify not one spot to the right? Because of this part here, I think it needs to store 2 fire atoms there specifically, because these 2 hexes, when my cursor is over, they both need to be used by the monomer, and these 2 fire needs to stay fire. Right, yeah, and
Not
yeah,
having duplication available in this puzzle is surprisingly constraining.
I was a little shocked by how much not having duplicator mattered here, because, partly because, like, the initial, I didn't think that hard about it initially. It was like, well, I turned it on for blue vitriol, and no one gave a flying fuck about duplicator on blue vitriol. I don't need to turn on duplicator. But then that decision ultimately ended up constraining both metrics quite hilariously by a lot, because it meant you had to be careful suddenly with what you were calcifying. But yeah, it's a touch unfortunate the calcify needs to be there and not one hex to the right. But that, I'm pretty sure, is kind of constrained. I think it's forced by the way the X monomer is bonded together. So, Matrix V, you will be pleased to hear that did not matter. Next up at 68 area, the cycle count dropped all the way down to 423 cycles with Cosmic Horror. We're building from the right. Another just slightly less ridiculously bad area solve. Oh, this was much better than that description.
You're 18th place. That's good.
Yeah, this is doing a lot of good things.
I'm a fan of this glyph layout, actually.
And actually, this is one in favor of the right side build, is you can put the final bonder right next to the output, and it has the right slant. You don't need to be concerned with one extra hex in there, and what do I put in?
Yep, because that spare ellipsis hex is, like, that counts as used area anyway, whether we like it or not. So, the fact that it fits flush against the bonder like that is very cool.
It's cool how well this placed. Just looking at the glyph layout, because when I see this glyph layout, I see, okay, I build polymer. You have the debonder to take it apart. You have the bonders next to it. Then you're done.
I do quite like it. Sometimes in Opus Magnum, you get it where this like really cool, simple, but surprisingly like you get sometimes you get these cool, simple ideas where their power goes really underestimated by a lot of people. First one that comes to mind was when Genius 42 came second in Brazen Cathode, because it was like his really simple ass solve was something that almost everyone missed. Because yeah, sometimes you can just find powerful ideas that really are as simple as they look, and they make the puzzle simpler instead of being naive. So seeing this layout made me think of that.
Yeah.
I think this idea can go low. I think we're going to see more like this that are just a little more fully realized coming up.
Well, we do take a primary drop, so we're down to 67 hexes with Mr. Royal Spade. The Anteater. That's a criteria I believe does count as used. Alright, so I believe this is just a unique start. It's doing the first input initialization to get that extra atom on. A somewhat terrifying amount of shuffling.
I mean, it's area. There's going to be shuffling.
Yeah.
There's a lot of metrics where people are like, ew, regrabs, and area's not one of them.
Yeah, so when you're building from the left like this, I think it's important to note, I'll highlight the hex, the cycle it happens on. But it's important to note the cycle where everything is furthest to the left, just to give you an idea of what hexes you are kind of needing to use. So, like right here, when it's at its leftmost point, all those hexes being used. The way you are bonding the monomer to the polymer forces all these hexes to be used. So like, and that those are all hexes you get to use. In other words,
Mm-hmm.
so they become prime candidates for putting glyphs on, or like inputs or track hexes or whatever. So when you're area optimizing, and you can kind of figure out that last step, the one that's the most hex intensive step, see what stuff you're forced to use, and then use that to your advantage as much as you can by putting all your shit on the hexes that you are already forced to use anyway. It's hard to think about a solution like that because you have to think of the last movement first, but doing so is really powerful and beneficial.
It's a skill you learn when trying area.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you end up programming a solution 95% of the way there and bonking on an atom on the last movement, and then you have to make another layout which has the same problem, and then you do that again 6 times. No, I don't have experience with this. I'm not projecting. You're projecting.
It's one of the most annoying experiences in Opus Magnum. Especially if it's like a really hard area puzzle where you're forced into a 4-digit cycle count, and you have to do that over and over and over again because the last step barely doesn't work, and there is no way around fixing it. So yeah. More than most metrics, I'd say, area benefits a lot from figuring out the last step first, which I believe the community refers to as backwards first thinking.
Which in retrospect, it's a bit odd that this is a common problem, but because the fact that you cannot see what you're doing until you run the machine and are expected to lay out some instructions before you can see what they actually do, you'd think that would build foresight. Turns out foresight is a hard skill.
Yeah, having that foresight and being able to imagine the last swing without the machine running is like, that's a difficult ass skill to pick up. Right, Mr. Royal Spade here writes in the solution notes, "This is my first time optimizing area on an infinite product puzzle. I'm sure there's a meta, but it felt really nice to just figure things out myself. I'm not sure how people created inefficient layouts. I just tried a bunch, and this one had the most potential." Also, this thing loops. Does it? Yeah, it does loop. Fuck yeah. Anyway, back to the notes. For me, the big innovation was taking the extra salt for the first part of the chain. It ended the puzzle earlier, but programming the input suppression was a bit of a pain. I might need to look into mods that make instruction editing easier because it's rough out here, especially using a trackpad. Oof. I know that it's a ridiculous cycle count, but given that I was going strictly for area, I considered this a big success. Enjoy. P.S. This is my first solution done in the sky. Did it on the airplane, lol.
Okay, so
Good use of time.
you're programming your transmutation engine with a trackpad on an airplane. You may as well transmute by hand.
You can ask Biggie for some trackpad tips because Biggie's the only like top player that I can think of that uses has ever used a trackpad. I don't know. Biggie stuck to that trackpad for years and years. I don't know how she did it, to be perfectly honest. All right. Moving on, we drop down to 66 hexes. At 16th place, John. Alright, we're building it from the right.
Pretty nifty debonder punch.
I was
putting
just
it in the bulk of where the polymer is supposed to go, but there aren't any adjacent atoms, so it's just completely fine.
Yeah, you beat me to it. I really liked that deep bonder placement. I also, if I didn't know any better, there's this completely useless wiggle that it does because wiggle looks funny.
Just having some fun with it.
I think John wasn't too worried about like placing particularly well this week. I think John was just kind of having fun with the puzzle, which is really cool to see. Because yeah, still got pretty clean solves out of John here.
Yeah. That wiggle is fun every time. Yeah, we're seeing this the Tringles assembly pretty frequently. This does look like the default.
Yeah, it counts as default, I'd say. I think we can say goodbye to the brick monomer, and we can definitely say goodbye to the normal monomer. That we said goodbye to that one a long time ago, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I think we've like kind of settled
the
on.
Tringles have the most.
Sorry, you go.
I was just saying that the Tringles have the most compact footprint for the longest time, so they are attractive.
Yeah, I think they become, you can call it method if you want, or like the norm or something like that, because, yeah, I mean, the brick's not going to work because of all the fix it and post that you have to do if you want to slide it at a height of 4. So this kind of becomes the way to go. So yeah, Tringles into Z monomer. So from here, assuming this is the case, it's and if we're like kind of locked into min glyphs, it then becomes a matter of where your extra like used hexes are. There's a couple here, up just above and below the calcifier. Also, how many track hexes you need. So it kind of becomes a bit of a game of that at the moment. In 15th place, we actually have another 66 area solve, but it's 27 cycles quicker. Which push? Careful input suppression here. I believe this is 1p, and that Critelli hex will be used on the far left.
Mm-hmm. Seems to be how it's going to go when you build from the right.
So another thing about building from the right that's kind of cool is that we saw the last solve used these two hexes for the debonder, whereas arm 1 just kind of eats that up as track and pushes the polymer way out, which gives you a lot of like horizontal space to work with.
Yep.
So you can just, it stores an entire
Area you
Tringle.
get to use.
Yep, it's just more area you get to use because of how arm 1 can take that polymer way off to the left.
So I like the first draw of the input on its way to the debonder, just passes it over the calcifier. That's that efficient cycle efficient movement is why this is 15th place instead of 16th.
Yeah, that pretty much got the 27 cycles by itself almost. Alright. We are, however, done with 66. We drop down to 65 area. In 14th place. At 1,243 cycles, we have Biggie. And we have a multi-bonder. at 65 hexes.
Ooh, multi-bonder.
Biggie learned the lesson from our last area puzzle. Consider the multi-bonder.
Nice. Oh, cheeky Link 3 swing there.
Also taking some advice from... Yeah, the Link 3 swing reminds me of Black Powder area, I think. And there was one solution that said, I bet the next one is going to be small, but then there was one faster one because of this extra swing space that could be done.
Yeah, right. Biggie writes...
And this is...
oh, sorry, you go.
I have nothing to say. Continue.
Biggie writes in the solution notes, I tried a different 65 area layout for a while that placed the input in that spot between the multi-bonder and the output, and arms below the assembly instead of above. It required that the final triplex bond I made be one of the end ones instead of the middle one, and that turned out to have some impossible requirements to get into all three positions within the area. Shame, because that layout had better access and two arms, so it would have been much faster.
Yeah, multi-bonder does look like it pays off here. It allows you to build the best monomer.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Spiritual Shampoo says the calcifier position is cursed. I strongly disagree. You just have to pivot on the input, and then the atom you want calcified is done. Oh wait, you can't pivot on the input because the center is not reachable. Never mind, it is cursed.
It would have been not cursed if that center atom was reachable, but no. Biggie's does loop though.
First calcifier positions seem to be a polymer area thing the past few years.
I mean, the thing about the calcifiers is that they are a tiny glyph. You don't need to have access to them. You just need to just kind of wave something over it, and it does its thing. It's a prime candidate for putting it in that one freaking spot.
Their one downside, of course, that they violate the rule. It's okay to touch the glyphs because you very much don't want to touch the calcifier when you don't want to touch it.
Yeah, and all those factors contribute to putting the calcifier in Egypt and having it just work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another reason why duplicator would have affected the solution space a surprising amount, because then you could have been a bit more willy-nilly with your calcifier placements, assuming you had access to a duplicator. Alright. That being said, duplicator is 2 hexes worth of glyphs, so, you know. In 13th place, so we'll be at 65 area for a bit. At 628 cycles, Cuckoo 52. Much less cursed cycle count. Already we're seeing a second arm. Definitely a consideration for ACG when you've settled on your primary number. Having as many arms as possible within that area count is what you want to go for.
More arms can do more stuff.
I think we can already hear Biggie lamenting the fact that she was only able to get one arm in her solve, because otherwise she would have had a much faster cycle count.
Yeah, when you're talking about area with the cycle secondary, there was kind of a joke about it in the chat, but it's really true. You always have to look at the empty spaces and say, can I put track in there? And this is doing that quite well.
Yeah. It was actually funny because, like, I was only intending to have one, like, well, you know, I wanted one AGC puzzle and one ACG puzzle, but the AGC puzzle at Min Area turned out to be a massive cycles race because the cost was forced when you got Min Area local anesthetic, so it just turned out to be a fat cycles race anyway. So we kind of got 2 cycles races in both area puzzles this year.
It was a really good cost race at Area Plus One, though.
Oh yeah, Area Plus One, it was beautiful, just as working as intended. And then Min Area happened. So this solves a little amusing. It makes the final triplex bond at the bottom, which is exactly like, yeah, which previous solves have had a problem with. They've been trying to avoid this, make the final triplex bond at the bottom thing, but this does not avoid that problem at all. It embraces it, in fact.
You know, it actually makes sense, because if you're building from the left, you see that bonder position, which doesn't match the slant of the fire. You gotta do something with the hex between it and the output, and that triplex pad is one of the best choices.
Oh yeah.
So the fact that this is being, you're never gonna see this from the right, I think, from here on. Although I could be wrong, but on the left, it makes sense.
It fits so snugly. It's like this hole was made for me.
How closely you can put stuff together.
All right. In 12th place, we drop down to 574 cycles with Ebenov. We are back to the right. Oh, that was slick.
This is shuffling the waste atom very well.
Oh yeah, very tight movements here.
I almost missed the fact that it was there. I was like, where is it? Because it's flying around so quickly. One thing to note, which may not have explicitly occurred to you as you're watching this go by, but all of the right solves that we have seen lately must put the calcifier exactly there. That is, in fact, the only place you can put it adjacent to triplex where it doesn't cause you a problem.
I completely missed that one, yeah.
We've had this same bonder triplex calcifier there, I think, 3 times in a row on right side build. It's not an accident. I think you have to.
There's a lot of places that your fire atoms are going to end up, and atoms that must be fire in the output can't touch the calcifier ever.
Ebenov writes in the solution notes, 100R steady state. No real R for RTL and missing bond after 6th monomer though. The 65 area came together mostly naturally once I found the pivot at salts from yellow triplex to white, except the 2 arms pulling for bond movement. Let's see if I can find that. So it's this pivot coming up. That one was the one that Ebonov needed to like really work out.
Yeah.
Good pivot.
My 65 area started out faster than my 66 area solve, since I didn't try 2 arms at 66 area, but I did get a lot of practice for suppression when solving 66 area. So one bit I also like when it's trying to like, because it needs to swap this, it needs to swap the input with this triangle. Doesn't look like there's much room for it, but it finds a way just barely here. Thanks to some economical movement and some very deliberate calcification. Need to make sure that's the right one that you're calcifying. And then only finally can you just barely get the waste one out of the way. So that is a lot of work to get an input to a debonder, but it fits barely within the constraints of this layout at 65 area.
And at speed, it happens surprisingly quickly. Like, zoop, zoop, there it is.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But you don't even notice that that's hard.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At 11th place, by a single cycle, Pray for Mercy. That is the 4th time I've said that today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God fucking damn it.
Everything
At least
is
now it's
secretly
secondary instead of
fighting.
tertiary.
Everything cycles if you squint hard enough. Alright, so we're getting triplex out of the way very early here. And we're dealing with those bonds at the very end, but...
Arm 1 was briefly in front of a mostly completed looking monomer, and I was thinking there, okay, how are we going to do this? Turns out you just get out of the way.
Arm 2's got its back. Literally.
Yeah.
I actually think this is a really clever calcifier placement, as much as it looks weird at the outset. Because the other place you could naturally put it would be either under where the salt is right now, that waste in the top right, or in that same place that was forced if it's going to be next to the triplex. But not doing either of those things gives another track, and another track is speed.
It's also movement options. So if you're struggling to even get the 65 in the first place, you have more options to work with a nice long continuous track.
Calcifier very out of the way of everything. The best place to put your calcifier is Narnia. The second best place is there.
Yup.
Yep.
So Pray for Mercy writes in the solution notes, it solves. Maybe I should have put the cal somewhere else, but it's too late for that. Wait, 63 looks possible, but it's far too late to think about now. Min is probably even lower anyways.
I think this calcifier spot is defensible, and the placement seems to validate that.
Yeah, I think the layout... Yeah, the layout justifies the calcifier placement, if you ask me, but I didn't make the solve myself, so... Interesting. It should be noted, though, that, like, even just getting down to 65 in the first place got you a pretty good placement. I mean, the worst 65 was 14th, and that's... Fuck, this year, that's good. You take 14th this year.
That's real good.
Nearly even snuck in the top 10 this solve, but was not quite to be.
Mm-hmm.
In 10th place, at 454 cycles, was Feindeer. Good enough for me. Well, I hope top 10 is good enough for you, Feindeer.
That's settling, huh?
You see, people being overconfident in height also means that I reckon a few people were underconfident in area.
Height got a lot of attention. Which only you could see at the time, but, you know, being someone who was just down in the trenches, I didn't know how much people were digging at that metric, but... By contrast, this area stuff, it's hard, but it's straightforward.
Area is just not as popular of a metric.
Breaks my heart to hear.
I'm a big area defender, actually. I do think it goes a little unsung, actually. It is one of the three metrics, it is kind of becoming the most unsung of the three in the community.
Yeah, I sent a meme to Yosh during this week. Dubious area is a dubious area flexes on dubious cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Feindeer wrote his solution notes to the melody of Burn It Down by Linkin Park. I'm being requested to sing it. He also writes, I don't care if you can't sing. The problem is I don't know the song. I'll have to admit, rather with a little shame, that I never listened to much Linkin Park. So I'm just gonna read it. So if you pick like a Pink Floyd song or something, I'll sing it. The cycle's repeating as explosions broke the engine. All that I needed was the one hex I couldn't find. And you were there at the swing, waiting to let me know. We're taking this oil to break it back down. We're building a fuse to burn it down. We can't wait to burn it to the ground.
It does fit with the lyrics pretty well.
Those sound like cool lyrics. I just don't know what the song is.
Yeah. You can figure out what the song is later.
I'll listen to it after the stream.
You can find it in 10 seconds on YouTube.
Yeah. I have Spotify open right now, actually. I'll just save that one for later. Alright, nothing particularly magical about this solve, right? It's just clean, as far as I can tell.
Yep.
Yeah, shit. Take that.
65A, but just, do it faster.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, actually, our last 65 area solve. 9th place at 420 cycles. Mr. Puzzle. You love to see it.
65A just keeps going faster. I thought Feindeer would be the last one.
Just do it faster.
I love that joke. I just hope it's not demoralizing for new players. Like the joke is like on the same vein as draw the rest of the owl.
I also have to be careful with the skill issue joke. It's a funny joke, but I have to make sure it's aimed at myself because I don't want to do that shit to new players. That is passive aggressive if I do it at new players.
Okay.
Hmm.
Also, I noticed that most of these have been from the right at this point.
Clear shift from building it to the left to building it from the right. I think what's notable about this...
Make a bold prediction. Say we're gonna see more on the right. I think as we get towards the top, because I think the right is just faster.
So I think with this and the last solve, I think they just don't need to do any magical shuffling. It's really funny because Ebenov's, I reckon, looked cooler, but this just doesn't need to do anything cool. Right? Because there's nothing that's really badly in the way. Everything's a lot more nicely placed out, right? So it's all just logically there. I need a Tringle, it's there right next to the Bondo where I want it. And stuff like that. So it doesn't look as fancy. There's not that much to be like, whoa, that was a cool pivot, but it's just very sensible.
Yeah, sometimes you have to de-fancy your solutions to make them good.
It's one of those things about making assumptions about what good solves look like that you can't really do, because sometimes the good solves, are the simple ones. Well,
a lot of the time it's just this arm grabs, moves to the left, drops, moves to the right. How did you not find this?
Yeah, exactly. All right. That brings us to 64 area. In 8th place. At 604 cycles, we have Goodbye Galaxy. Usually king of the secondaries, but here is just happy to take a decent primary. Well, I say decent, it's a really fucking good primary. Back to building from the left, actually. So, I don't think that's an input placement we've seen before.
I don't think so, yeah.
Looks very suppressible. As long as you have a monomer it's not in the actual polymer place, you have something suppressing it.
It's kind of like, so the price you pay is that it must be suppressed. You cannot let that thing accidentally spawn in or you are fucked. But, if you're willing to pay that price, pay the toll, make sure it's all suppressed, you get really cool... It's a really cool spot for an input. Because of all the movement that you have to do over it anyway. For real estate, you're using hexes that you get to use anyway. And no more.
Yeah, one thing I see Goodbye Galaxy doing here that has some subtlety to it. Take a look at that debonder spot. That debonder spot is in a place where, absent the calcifier, you can't use it. The calcifier makes it work.
Oh, that is cool. It's also in a spot where 2 atoms of the thing you're actually building are going to be over it, but there's not a bond there, so it's completely fine.
Mm-hmm.
If there was a bond there in the output, this layout just wouldn't work for hard reasons.
Mm-hmm.
A really cool D-bond right there, actually, because it makes a wrong bond intentionally knowing it can be fixed right there as it makes the last triplex anyway. Good question to ask. Why is this the slowest 64? Because it already looks pretty fast. If you look at the way the input is debonded and shit, and then rebonded into a tringle, that looks clean. Look at that, you got a triangle by cycle 17? Yeah, fuck yeah. It just happened to be that I think everyone that submitted a 64 sweated the cycle count, which, because, it's a good area count, you're looking at a really good placement if you can get a good cycle count here. So, a little unfortunate to be on the back end of this 64 area cycle race, because it was a very competitive one.
Secondary crown returned.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 8th place is still 8th place. You absolutely take that. The ... stores an atom which controls the number of atoms mod 3. I like this. Kind of cool, yeah. So I don't think we've really talked about this before, just because it's been a very minor detail. But with these initial monomers that you make, this one does a particularly cool idea of having this 2-atom, we just keep that triplex bond. That's from an input. Just never worry about having it unbonded or anything like that. Just have it ready when the time comes, because you need that salt there anyway. And just maintain the triplex bond on the fire, and boom. Yeah, you've got your extra atom, and you only have 1 atom of waste to worry about, which you need for input suppression anyway. It is an important atom anyway. Comes in clutch.
Another thing about that, keeping the triplex, demonstrates that validation is funny. Everything from the ellipsis to the right doesn't have to be correct, because that triplex is wrong, technically.
Technically, it's not. Yeah, right? You can see it in the output. It's a normal bond, but triplex actually works.
Polymers are jank. It's great.
Polymers are so jank. Alright, next up, at 572 cycles, you're up, Fiesta.
Awesome.
Okay, so we're building from the right at 64. All right, Fiesta, want me to get cracking on the notes?
You don't need to read the notes because they're mostly descriptive of things we've already talked about, and I can kind of mention what we're doing. We have the. I guess the one thing I would say about it is the way I was thinking about this puzzle is, I only really pay attention to the primaries mostly. I'm not the world's greatest secondary optimizer. I do a little bit, but it's not my forte. So I got the 64, happy with it. When you look at the last moment when the polymer is furthest to the right, I think that's illustrative of some conceptual stuff. So if you could pause it there, that'd be good.
When the polymer's at furthest at the right. Oh, okay.
Most retracted. Anyway, it kind of shows what I was thinking about is how much space do you have outside your workspace? And the answer is really you just have your arms, your waist. And the way I figured, you're always going to have those 3 spots, so it seemed to me. And you have choices of you can have 2 tracks that are sort of above or below, which let you use a single arm, but cycles is faster, so getting 2 arms on it is better. So we got this big, long single, and that's what we got.
Ooh.
I do like the waste atom comes in clutch at the end though. For these right building from the right first solves, you can just throw the waste atom on at the very end. Very, very cheeky.
Yeah, when it's from the left, it's really not even waste. It's you're borrowing an atom from the first in order to put it on the last.
Yeah, yeah.
know?
Very stylish.
Alright. Let's keep it going. Fiesta, you were bested by your brother on area. Kevalan, coming up next.
Nice.
Dropping down 40 cycles.
And immediately making a liar of me with a right side build. Or left side build.
Beating you on cycles with a right side build. So I
It's
guess
hard to figure out if they're permanent waste atom or if the waste atom is being used for the next monomer. That's not insightful to say. Just keep running.
all right, so one of them's permanent, I believe. One of them's temporary. Either that or one just doesn't get used for like 2 monomers.
Funny, you see a solution like this one, and you have to think, man, if I just stick one of those wastes so that it's on the ellipsis, there's a 63 in here somewhere, right? But I don't think there is.
It seems tantalizing, doesn't it?
It does.
Again, I think it's also an important moment. It's funny how you can just run, because the bonder and debond are right next to each other, and you can just debond that bond that you actually do need, because you're just going to slide it back over anyway, because you don't give a shit, because you're focusing on the other bond. Also, and I guess this is just in general a good moment to pause the solve, just to see where everything is outside of the forced usage. You kind of take stock.
Yeah. This image is a pretty strong argument for 64 being a stopping point, and why 64 is like number 6.
Yeah. Alright. No solution knows from Kevlin, so we're going to keep this train rolling. At 5th place, at 469 cycles, Spiritual Shampoo.
I was just like 200 cycles faster than Goodbye Galaxy's thing. Guess we'll find out. It's not really a serious question, but more like flabbergasted how fast people are.
clutch swing at the end there. Like that.
That swing to put on the repeat atom part, that is great.
That was awesome.
Super satisfying.
So, pretty cool focus here on how do you get from stick to tringle. I guess... So using this track space to swing the input like this onto that debonder is really nice. And then arm 1 and 2 kind of do a little swapsies where arm 1 extends and gets that salt under it. Very nice tringle bonding idea. All happens quickly. And there's nothing fancy with the way the two monomers, the two tringles are triplexed together. I'll try and focus on that last swing, though. Because it happens while the third triplex is happening, which is really cool. Whoosh. Nice length 3 swing. Don't see many of those in area. Pretty fucking nice.
One of the things you can practically only do in big polymers like this, or like lipstick.
Yeah. Spiritual Shampoo writes in the solution notes, according to area theory, min area is defined as my area minus 1. Therefore, this solution has min plus 1 area by definition. Strong argument.
Can't argue with that.
I suppose it would be wasting the joke if we ignored the fact that Spiritual Shampoo has trolled the gold with single track hexes everywhere.
Yeah, because who cares about tertiaries? Ha 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 ha.
So, this was actually our last 64. Top 4 were all 63 solves.
Nice.
So 63 is, as far as we can tell, min. So I'll just reveal that one out the bat. So shout out, I think, all the way as far back as Mara was predicting 63 would be min. That was correct. As I don't know.
So wait,
yeah,
fewer people got min on area than got min on HPC.
Min secondary on HPC. Yep.
Yeah, min secondary. Yeah, you got it. Misspoke.
Yep. Yeah. Area was actually based on solution numbers harder to get than the 4-3, even though I kind of don't believe that, but nevertheless, we'll be starting at 1173 cycles. It is you, Kazian.
Okay, if I had been told by a genie that I would get 4th place and 12th place, I'd be like, yay, I got to make people eat lemons.
You would think.
But no, turns out just nobody does area.
Right, you had a pretty rough... Actually, you had a very storied route to 63. Do you want to talk about it, or you want me to read the notes? Oh, no, wait, the notes are different. So I was thinking of DMs.
Yeah, you can just read the notes. I'll talk about 63
All right.
After notes.
Kazian writes, the noblest goal of an alchemist is, supposedly, to turn lead into gold, even if that goal is not so difficult these days. It's perhaps telling that we've run laps around reality when we spend so much time coming up with our 5,000th formula with which to blow things up. Not that I'm complaining. Half of my classmates at the Imperial University were inspired by watching magnificent explosions, and the world is better for them having learned alchemy. Fire is the most popular cardinal for many reasons. Oh, the reason I found to like it with this machine is that for the final attachment of a flame rod to the fuse, I could not use the glyph of bonding to make the final spur for geometrical reasons. The spur's purpose is regent suppression. I nearly abandoned this design, but I then realized I could attach it with the glyph of triplex bonding, as it ultimately does not need to be part of the polymer and need not conform to its bonding structure. Alchemist Kazian. Still not a brick.
Yeah, so that was the key that let me make 63 happen, because once 5 monomers are stuck onto the output glyph, I can't push it forward any further. So I can't lay the flame rod across the top of the bonder and attach a salt to the bottom of it, because it just intersects with where the output should be. But there's a whiff of triplex bonding right there, so I can just use it.
Great job.
Seriously, how did I get 4th place in area?
Oh, I know, like this.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Gunk.
Yeah. So back to one arm. I just didn't have any space for a second arm. I wanted to have a second arm because I knew my secondary was crap, but didn't matter. Good primary.
Didn't matter, got primary. Didn't matter, got 4th place. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I do like that story of the triplex bonder coming in clutch because you didn't have access to the bonder though. Like, like goddamn, if the triplex bonder didn't work, you were kind of this layout was a little dead in the water. At least as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Callie Reese is saying, I didn't want to have a second arm, but I had to make my solution work. That sounds like a good problem to have when Cycles is the secondary. In 3rd place, at 1,005 cycles, OMG, it's a best. And I will not be turning the lemon clicker up because Bist won her bet, which was to get min primary. She was pretty confident in the 63, and it was well-earned confidence. Alright, so nothing attached to the ends just yet, actually. Here it is. So we see a couple attached because less waste to worry about is better. Only really need one for the suppression. And I don't think it's like one consistent waste atom. It's like rolling waste, which I think we've seen a couple times, but here it's kind of more obvious. Also worth noting, we seem to have, as far as I can tell, abandoned right first design. Fiesta, do you reckon right first? Like, what do you think about 63 area right first?
I don't think so, because the reason left first is working so well here is actually exactly that triplex spot that I said is a little weird. But because the triplex needs to be surrounded, or mostly should be surrounded, this gives you the opportunity to have single arm on 2-track outside, and it doesn't cost you anything. I've changed my tune.
We're a believer now in the weird triplex placement.
Yep.
No, I think it's well justified. Yeah, it's almost the perfect spot for the triplex bonder. It's a cool justification of the fact that you need a fair amount of track hexes anyway, no matter what. May as well throw them under the triplex bonder where you need that space. And, oh, look, you don't have to place anything else, really. And suddenly min area. At least, I don't think it's proven min area, but yeah. OMG to Best writes in the solution notes. Although the final solve looks simple, finding this layout took a lot of trial and error and planning ahead. Unfortunately, the access to the input and calcifier had to be sacrificed in order to grant enough rotation space for creating the fire sticks. A 62 area layout seems unlikely to exist, at least for methods building from the left, as there is one excess atom after the construction of each monomer and 2 excess hexes are needed for the sliding movement, which leaves 3 area outside the 60 area sliding space. Using a static piston for the sliding movement can reduce this, but from my testing, there were no viable layouts where the reach of the piston was sufficient. So one last thing we'll check, since we did this for a few of the 64 area solves. We'll do it again here for 63. So here's your freeze frame on 63.
If you have the waste atom and then the 2 hexes needed to make the arm do the scoot.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't think 62 would be disproven very easily at all because, yeah, in theory, you can just place a piston somewhere and do the scoot without track, but good luck with that one.
Yeah.
Which means it's between Calyuresis and who? In second place, at 853 cycles, Calyuresis. Which means a fat congratulations to who on a debut win.
Wow. Congrats. Also, this is 2 silver medals from Kelly Races this week. As always, excellent performance.
Mm-hmm.
Calyuresis, I don't think, actually got a second place before this week, so I think it's fair enough. Not that
It's
stuff
Ellie
like...
in use.
Oh, yeah. So that triplex glyph, we've been talking about surrounding it completely. This doesn't actually do that.
No, because it's doing the single on the end instead of the middle.
Yeah. So an idea we seems to have abandoned a long time ago is making its way back here, which is preserving both triplex bonds. Funny how we
Interesting. One of the things that allows 2 arms here, there's a during the arm 1 doing the last scoot, arm 2 has to do a dodge because there's no place outside the footprint for it to stay.
Calyuresis writes in the solution notes, I thought 62 would be the quote-unquote easy area target and 61 would be wizardry. But I couldn't get 62 to work and had to settle at 63. This could probably be much faster and less painful using a layout actually designed for 63.
I guess we'll find out.
Oh, that's cute. There's a wrong bond here at the end on the I guess it's not that important, but yeah. It's triplex bonded to both atoms wrongly, which is funny.
We are doing a community service, though, by demonstrating all the ways that polymer validation is weird and how they may be exploited.
PSA, polymer is jank. Pretty novel idea. Did not see this one coming, actually. I didn't think this would be viable at 63 area, actually, when playtesting. So it is cool that this is possible. Because, like, yeah, we saw a lot of the earlier solutions do it, and you're like, nah, surely you don't do that when you get to the, you know, the real wizard area counts. But no, you absolutely can. Like, ideas aren't, like, so it's often the case you see, like, players who, like, aren't yet, like, at a top player level come up with, like, a banger genius idea, but then, like, these don't quite have, like, the technique to, like, see the ideas, like, see its light of day. But these ideas are often, like, really good. That's not usually, yeah. That's partly why I enjoy going through all the solves like this sequentially and giving each solve its due, because it's easy to look over some of the banger ideas that you get earlier on. You know, just because it doesn't have a 63 next to it doesn't mean it didn't have an awesome idea. Anyway.
Case in point, me being so interested in rightward builds and the slant of the bonder and whatnot. Now on record for all posterity.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So, with that, let's crown a new metric champion. Who? Clocking in at 612 cycles.
Comfortable win.
Not particularly close.
Ha! Basically split Calorice's track in half for better ergonomics.
Ha! So, Critelli is actually used here.
Demonstrate the power of this area solution. I sawn this track in half.
So it's being very careful with the waste atom here. It does use it for the next one, but it's that fire atom here. And it just kind of has to, because you can get away with this with 2 arms. It doesn't have to move the fire atom, like, somewhere really cool and out of the way. It can just kind of, like, move it back and forth within that gap in the polymer. And then use track.
Fun fact, that only works because the arms aren't sharing that track. If they were, you couldn't do it.
Yeah, right.
So, sauce, dare we say? The arms don't share a track?
Yep, sauce.
That debonding's also pretty sauce, if you ask me. That's just, like, really fucking clean debonding. I think it works really well in tandem with this idea of maintaining your bonds for... What? That was a cool wiggle. Oh, nice. I think it loops. Fuck yeah. And it works really well in tandem with this idea of maintaining the bonds on the triplex bonds on the other regent that you grab, because you have one regent that's just kind of like moves to the left, get our bond, you know, debonding out of the way. That's cool. Leave one on the triplex bonder and just pull the other one, and yoink, you've got 2 of the bonds already. No sweat whatsoever.
You know what's kind of funny about this solve? If you look at this with, you know, less experienced eyes, and you're not so comfortable with suppression, you'd say, how are those 2 arms ever going to do anything together? They're separated by this input. How can you get anything past that? And here, who's just making it look like there's nothing even there?
Exactly.
Yeah, there's only an input there when you want there to be an input there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's one thing to know about tech, like input suppression, and it's another to understand its power and exactly how far you can take that tech. So, Who writes in the solution notes? Who writes, "Orange, you're glad I didn't say banana." That's it. That's the only thing in Who's notes. Who knew what Who meant by that? The stream is taking a lot longer than I was hoping, so to save time, I'm just going to disqualify the remaining entries. That's right. I, Zorflax, have made that decision, and anything I say later cannot undo it. Congrats, Who, for getting first place in this completely fair and legitimate manner. This is the end of the stream. See everyone next week for the R-Lex C puzzle with quantum bonds.
Except it's true.
Well, that was ironic as fuck.
By the way, do you want to understand Who's reference to banana? Knock, knock.
Who's there? Oh.
Exactly, who's there?
Oh boy. Oh, that one took a minute. Fucking hell. Knock, who's there? I hate that was funny. But there's no getting around it. That was funny. Much as I would like to claim otherwise. Well, it is a W, but I'm not. You guys might have been half expecting it. We do have one more area solve to show. No, it won't be scoring, but it is the Shadow Cluster solve. 0th place, yet again, is the
You
name
can hear the
of the
capital
solve.
letters.
I think he's well and truly got the area crown back. I don't think anyone else can keep it off him anymore. By about 100 cycles, too.
This input access is incredibly constrained.
So, this goes back to Best's layout, actually. But it also does the thing that Who Solve does, but with one continuous track here, with this, because of the different shape of the track here. So you can see the salt is wedged in between two different monomers, and both arms do this cute little translate back, and arm 1 does the clutch rotate to get that salt the fuck out of the way, and then pistons the monomer so that the salt can come back out.
I had thought about like being able to put a waste atom in like the whole of the polymer, and thought, but it seemed like nothing was going to work, and Shadow Cluster here just like, yeah, you can just do that. It's fast, it's fine.
It barely fucking works, but it works beautifully.
Yeah, if it can
only
work,
barely
Shadow,
works.
find it.
It only barely works when you're building it. By the time you get to stream time and you're showing it, it's easy.
So really, really sick way of building a triangle here. So you grab your input, you leave it over the bonder like that, grab the waste atom, then you can just pivot, calcify, pivot again, get rid of that calcified atom, bring it back over, calcify a different atom, and bang, tringle. Fix it so that it's bonded to the other atom.
Calcification.
So, yeah, those are the couple of key moments there that were absolutely awesome. So, Shadow Cluster writes in the solution notes. So, keep up. These are pretty funny notes, actually. Total time spent on this metric was around 30 hours. Arm grabs the fire by the fire and makes fire bonds with the fire. These fire bonds are necessary for completing the fire product that contains fire bonds. Fire becomes salt when it goes over the calcification glyph. Due to the puzzle lacking the duplication glyph, fire that becomes salt when it should be fire becomes salt and cannot be fire. This salt that was fire but is now salt is waste. We do not want waste. Therefore, the calcification glyph is put in a position where it will not make fire into salt when it should be fire. The regent location is suppressed during the monomer slide by the lone salt, because otherwise the regent would spawn and block the monomer slide. The lone salt is salt and not lone fire, because lone fire would make fire bonds with the monomer. This is avoided by using lone salt instead of lone fire, because lone salt cannot make fire bonds with the monomer. The capacity of the layout can support 2 arms, because the sliding monomer requires 2 hexes of sliding and 1 additional hex for salt storage. An additional arm is another hex, however, and 3 does not equal 4, however. But however, the other arm can move the salt in the gaps of the infinite, so it is not in fact 4, but 3, and 3 does equal 3. The final monomer is wrong, because the wrong monomer is used as the final slide. The product does not check for wrongness in the area the wrong monomer is wrong, therefore it can be argued that the right monomer was used to save 2 cycles. Hope you all understood that.
Sounds about right.
Perfectly.
Understand explains everything. Show me any of the lies in there.
Bro was spitting. Anyway, that was Thermal Fuse. Well, alright, and we're not done with the stream yet, but that was all the scoring. Those were the scoring solves for Thermal Fuse. I am going to take a short break. I'm going to refill on water. Maybe grab a quick snack. I'll be back in a few minutes. If you two, you want to bounce or take a break yourselves or entertain chat or something like that, you are welcome to do as you wish.
Yeah. I'm going to bounce at this point.
I'm going to be on my way. Zorflex, thank you.
All right.
But, great job, everyone. Fantastic stuff to see. A real delight.
Thank you so much for commentating, you two. I submitted all. Okay, all right. I'll update the showcases then. All right. Be back in a couple minutes. Alright. I'm back. Looks like it's just you and me, chat. Unless, like, Biggie or one of my people who are in the commentary server wants to join in. You're welcome to join in if you want, but I'm happy to go alone.
Zarflax, I need the CSVs.
Oh, hey, Bist. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just hopping in to say that.
You got it.
Alright, well, y'all have fun watching the showcases. Also, good week from you, 6th and 3rd.
Right? Fucking hell.
Yeah. Alright, well, y'all enjoy the showcases, I'll be updating the score sheet in a bit. See y'all in a bit.
Alright, chat. Let me ask you, what did you think about the metrics in hindsight? Now knowing all the solutions and stuff and what everything looks like. I think, yeah, height was one of the better metrics this tournament, to be perfectly honest. Area was just hard, but in a plain old area kind of way. You know, oh, I never mentioned this, but so it was really funny. I remember it was about halfway through this week, or at least at the beginning of this week, but halfway through the week's deadline. Spiritual Shampoo said something to the effect of Shadow Cluster would not have given his blessing to an area puzzle that was easy. And the funny thing is, Shadow Cluster did think it was an easy area puzzle. We were actually expecting a giant secondary race. How do you join voice? Mind if I join in? Alright, I'll have to invite you to a thing real quick, but that's okay. It'll take about 10 seconds. Yeah, so he did think it was... He actually thought it was an easy fucking area puzzle. He thought, like, everyone would get 63. But, of course, this is Shadow Cluster we're talking about, which is probably why that didn't happen. So, the difficulty of area surprised us all. Area was kind of a necessary evil for this puzzle. I also kind of appreciated because, like, height was just right there and it kind of took most people's attention. And people who focused on both metrics were rewarded handsomely, which is why I think players like Best did so well. Actually focusing on the metric that people didn't like as much. Yeah, I think the other reason, because Yosh, you were like, we need a week 0 puzzle. And I'm like, well, we don't actually have a polymer puzzle. Anyway, I mean, you pointed that as well. But, like, just the idea of, like, it was such an attractive option. Also, I have invited Madmaster, so... How you doing, Madmaster?
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yep. You're just fine.
Wonderful. I'll need to get the stream up on my computer.
How you finding the stream so far? I thought Fiesta and Kazian were fucking great commentators. That's just me.
I was like,
There we go. I got the stream up.
Fuck yeah. Alright, let me just set up the showcase passer. And I will re-download the showcases because I heard there were late metrics. Yeah, Cali Races submitted a late one, so I'll re-down. Actually, I think I can just download Cali Races individually.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Cali Reeses. He said that he had um, a period 2 solve as well. I'm looking forward to seeing his because mine I was able to do basically what I did for my HPC solve, but his certainly had a lot of drops and that fishing line tech, and so I'm curious to see what different thing he'll do for his.
Yeah, right. Okay, it's tradition to go from expensive to cheap, so we will be starting with you, Mad Master.
All right.
I'm sure you're not surprised to hear that because it clocks in at 4,400 fucking gold.
Uh-huh. Do you want me to read my notes for this?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I'll read them once we get started. So this is period 2, and I was actually I was surprised that it came out to be almost exactly the same cycles as my HPC solve, and basically you can see it does the same thing. It does the heartbeat section and the C section to prep this 2 height stick, which then gets self-assembled onto the output. And so that was easy to do at period 2. The big problem with period 2 is obtaining enough material for the output. So let's see, I wrote in my notes here, period 2 in a moderately low height, depending on the shape of the reagents, there is a finite limit to the number of reagents that can be grabbed, because arms can only reach the input if they start either with a gripper over the input or 1 hex away from the input. And so my theory or my hypothesis on whether period 2 is possible or not is period 2 is possible on polymer puzzles where there are no mandatory consumption glyphs. All atoms required in the output are part of a multi-atom reagent, and the output shape is small enough relative to the finite limit of grabbable inputs. And so if you meet all of those conditions, period 2 may be possible.
Was polymer output one of your conditions?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think. Yeah.
Because
Yeah, because if it's not a polymer, you can never have a drop in period 2.
nah. If you want to solve a puzzle at period 2, you can forget about dropping a fucking atom.
Yeah, you think it's hard in period 3. You think it's hard to get atoms out of your grippers. In period 2, it is impossible.
I'm actually quite impressed that I accidentally designed a period 2 puzzle. Like, oh my god, if I had made period the primary for this week, oh my fucking god, that would have been hilariously jank.
Yeah, Cali Reeses, he pointed out in chat, you can do it with a single atom input, but that requires even more ensuring that you have enough material for your polymer, and then you have to also be able to reach that spot on the polymer with every single arm that grabs your single atom input.
Yeah, you need to cover literally every single hex of the output perfectly with arms.
Yeah. It's I get yeah, it's one of those things similar to low cost puzzles where having multi-atom inputs opens up so much more space than single atom inputs.
Yeah. Alright. Well, next up is Cali Races to solve. So let's see how he did it.
All right.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, I just said all right. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Oh. I think it's my streamer brain kicking in. Not hearing people properly now. Oh, wow. This is pretty sick, actually.
This is fast.
Cool.
This is blazing fast.
Coming in at 132 cycles. I wonder if I made period the primary, how many people would have realized period 2 was possible. God, that would have been such a weird idea, but one of those like weird evil genius ideas that was beyond even my scope as a puzzle designer.
This would be so awkward to optimize. I think you're getting into like trying to optimize free space instructions territory.
Without making it a free space puzzle. We have free space instructions at home. Free space instructions at home. I wonder if a tournament host will have the nerve to do for actual free space instructions. I don't, not even I have that nerve, at least not yet, but I don't know, maybe in 2030 they'll be doing it.
Callie Reese has posted that this is also 15 height. I know I don't know if they tried intentionally to make it low-ish height. I did try to make mine moderately low height. I think I could have gotten lower if I'd been a little bit slower, but that's very funny that they're both 15 height.
Alright. No solution notes, so let's have a gander at some of the other ones. I don't think anyone else did period 2. Next up we have Who. The title is simply Fire. Uh-oh.
Who?
Oh.
What is going on here?
That's a sizable brick. Is this period 4 right?
This is...
Well, I'm not sure if it's right, but it's certainly period 4 grabbing inputs as fast as possible. What the fuck? That's a lot of calculation. Wait.
Take a look at the fire atoms in the middle of that big brick.
Wait. What? Does it literally say fire? It does! Oh my fucking god. It doesn't show it on the map.
Gorgeous.
In fact, I think zooming out shows it clearly, but it literally says...
Yeah, I think it's a little easier.
It says the word fire. Fuck off.
Oh, and the bottom part of the fire is the same exact, is all that, the elemental atoms in order.
No way.
In the right order to make the output.
Dude, that's fucking wild. If shitposting was one of the metrics, this would have been right up there. Good lord.
Oh, yeah.
Who
And that's
writes in the
nice.
solution?
Oh,
Sorry.
it validates because it debonds it in place, and without it debonds the top part from the polymer.
Yeah, there's like, you can kind of see it if I snake my cursor. They're never actually bonded,
Yeah.
the top and bottom halves. And that's why this actually validates. Because otherwise it wouldn't.
I think they stay bonded all the way on the right side, but once the polymer moves all the way over, it gets debonded.
Yeah, there's a debonder here, I think, that does it.
And then once the new polymer comes, it bonds to the top and the bottom, which allows the whole brick to be moved as one again.
Oh, yeah, there's 2 different bonders. Correct. Fucking hell. Who writes in the solution notes, simply, this would have been easier with duplication? I can easily believe that. Alright. Next up is a solve from Mr. Royal Spade, and this is a Period 3 free space solve. Not quite the Period 2 jank, but we do get more Period 3 jank. Glorious Period 3 jank.
Yeah, he says in the comments, given we had height 4 period 3, we don't have to waste too much time on it.
Alright.
But I still want to see what he came up with.
It's still clever.
Alright. Yeah, so he's got... Yeah, he makes... Oh. So he kind of makes the product. And he's got this arm on a track looping back and forth to pick it up off that, using the bonder to pull out the monomer from that one arm at the bottom.
Yeah,
and
he
it
does
compresses. That's nice.
He does the wanding trick at the end as a sort of self-assembly kind of thing.
Yeah. What did Biggie? I remember seeing way earlier on the stream. I remember seeing Biggie say, she said something about, when were we going to see giant, very dark thread?
Oh, here it is.
And here it is.
Ah, we finally got it. That's right. Mr. Royal Spade writes in the solution notes, if I missed something that allows period 3 with height 4, you can probably ignore this submission, as you'd have seen much cooler things during the height metric. If not, here's my nonsense. I'll read it anyway. I wanted to prove to myself that a period 3 solution was possible for this puzzle, so I made this. I wasn't able to get it to 4 height, so it doesn't beat my 44272, but it felt like an elegant proof of concept, so I wanted to share it anyway. Enjoy! Nah, this is still sick. Even at free space, it's still fucking hard to do. Alright, next up is another submission from you, Madmaster.
Alright, this is my... Oh.
This is your L.
Yeah, this is my... Yeah, my looping period 3 solve.
Oh, God.
So I think this is a... I sent this to you in a DM, the one I said you're going to need elephant mode for.
Oh,
this one
that solve. Oh, yeah.
I cleaned it up a bit. The arm that's holding the wand now has grab ++ on it, so it moves at double speed. So mine is different. Was it Ebenov that made the looping solve?
Yeah.
Mine is different than theirs because I use a permanent catalyst, or no, not catalyst, permanent wand. And the problem with that is that I need to deliver a wand. I need to deliver atoms to it, to allow it to have a wand, which means grabbing material from the input to deliver to this wanding arm has to be done at 3 height, because I need to reserve 1 of the height for a arm on a track to deliver the wand. And so that limited me. I tried. I couldn't get a 6-atom structure delivered to the wanding arm. And so I had to do it in 2 3s. And so it only makes a monomer once every 2 times around this entirely big track, which uses a lot of cycles.
It's actually the perfect solve to speed up, because it makes more sense sped up like this than it would at normal speed.
Oh yeah. I mean, it does. It is only 15 instructions, I think, and it could be 14, but I put 2 pluses on the wand delivery arm to speed it up a little bit. But we can move on now.
All right.
And Luna says Luna wants to see their solve.
I would have shown it next anyway. Yeah, sure.
Right.
Clocks in at 1,006 cost. You did not mishear me. Oops. And that should tell you it's an Infinifactory solve. Let's fucking go. Whoa, I started to sped up.
Wow. Period 0.
We did it. Min primary achieved. Oh. Oh, this is fucking awesome. Oh, does it loop? Oh no. Oh yeah, wait.
Let's see.
Oh, it does, because of that overlapped bond off. Oh, fuck yeah.
Vertical loop.
Yo, we take that loop. And the width waist chain. Alright. So, the solution notes read, and in negative 3rd place, we have Luna. Welcome to the Negapodium. Oh, could you imagine? Like I said, this machine's got so many bells and whistles. You can move atoms without arms. You can do... Okay, I overcomplicated this a bit, but still, these parts are awesome, and this engine is definitely not about to go up in flames again. Take note of the conveyors I stacked on top of each other near the origin. They still work somehow. Transcript from Alchemist Luna's meeting with Alchemist Yosh before the fire.
Username Void in the chat says, we have a disaster looming.
Oh. Oh, he's right. Yeah, let's speed it up a bit more. Let's see it. Oh, it's gonna... Oh, God, this is gonna be tight.
Ooh.
No, alright. We gotta turn collision off. I do want to see it.
If you, are you gonna turn off collision?
Yeah. Alright, if I turn off collision, the collision won't register. Duh!
I was waiting for you to realize that.
Duh! Alright, well, alright, you can see it.
Here we go. There it is.
Oh my fucking god, why did I do that? I turned off collision to see a collision. Alright. I think that means Luna's off the hook. You can go to bed. Thanks for
Alright,
staying
good night,
with us the
Lena.
whole time, actually.
Yeah, they've been in chat since the very start.
Oh, fuck yeah. Alright. Next up, QHPC solve from Mr. Puzzle. What does the Q stand for? Quantum track. Well, this solves the, you need to push the monomer pretty far in period 4 problem, because you don't need multiple arms, because you can just do quantum track. Another funny thing... Sorry, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say, I love, first off, that's hilarious. Looks like there's no overlap here, but he moves he has an arm that can pull the monomers leftward because there are gaps in the polymer. And so in those gaps, he can put track.
Also, the cursed direct downwards movement that arm 1 does bugs me out a little bit.
What is that? Is that night track?
It's a night track.
We have night arms. Now we have night track.
It's moving directly downwards, and I don't like it. Also, last thing is that because fucking collision's turned off, if you put a bajillion atoms like overlapping each other, the shadow gets really, really, really dark.
Yes, Bob the Smarty Pants. Yes, yeah, HPC was the first metric we looked at. The second metric we looked at was area. And now we're just looking at a couple of the showcases before we wrap things up.
Yeah, you missed all of HPC, sorry. In fact, you missed area as well. Don't worry, I do upload, like, you can watch the VOD right after the stream's done, and I do upload these to YouTube. Alright. Next up, we have a number of showcases from XP2. We'll start with this one. It's the most expensive one. So, XP2 decided rate was a really good metric for this puzzle. And I do agree, right? It comes out pretty clean. It's a clean ratio. So, this is period 4 min rate without worrying about the height restriction.
I think Zorflax, I think you got your elbows.
I finally got my elbows. You love to see it. So without the pesky height constraint, just clamping 2 elbows on, like, next to each other is actually a really good idea. I think this is a cool raid idea, having the elbows.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of elbows next week.
I thought about a cycle solve or a rate solve, and I decided 2 showcases was enough for me. I've got to get started on next week.
So, XP2 writes in the solution notes. Oh, let me actually have this playing. Period 4, max throughput. I'm still 100% sure that period 3 is possible, though it would be very different. Your machine would actually be slower, since you'd take 3 cycles between input grabs instead of 2, seemingly giving you more time, but 3 instructions per component is extremely restrictive. As explained in my notes for my first submission.
I think I remember at the very beginning of the stream, XP2 asked for their solves to be in a specific order, but I don't remember which order it was. But I do remember them saying that, and I remember thinking to myself, maybe bring that up in a couple hours.
Oh, am I showing these in the wrong order? Alright, well...
We saw this one now. Good to see the next one.
Oh, so, let me read the rest of the notes. This would likely require pipelines that are very different than the ones I've used so far. Still, I'm 100% sure that someone like Biggie could easily hit 4 height period 3. I've discussed P2 in other notes already, but I don't have anything new to add here. To players who have just tuned in and haven't heard said notes on P2, I'll summarize saying 3i, but everything is wandered. Either way, I had lots of fun optimizing for throughput, period, and stuff like this is why I wish choose your own metric was viable in a tournament. Alright, we'll come back to his other submissions because I do want to respect the order, the cost order. So, next up is no longer breathed in, actually. Wondering how fast can you go. And in fact, this is also an RP solve, so it actually, is logical to show this one next.
Oh, right. Yeah, she loves,
Yeah.
she loves her rate period solves.
Gee. I wonder if next week will be good for rate period. Who's to say? No idea.
I like this, arms in the middle and everything circling around it.
It would be trackless if not for the fact that you'd have to swing a polymer, and that sucks, is my guess.
Looks like there is room for two pistons if
Pistons.
if they wanted to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, pistons. Who likes pistons?
No longer breathed in writes in the solution notes. Quite fast, it turns out. Alright, next up is Kevalan. If only I didn't have to calcify. Alright, so this is 4 height, 4 period, 136 cycles, looping solve that fits on my screen. If only I didn't have to calcify. Found this very cool assembly fairly early in my height explorations. There's absolutely no space left, though, for a calcifier, except on the input or 1 hex to the right. Spent a lot of time on this dead end, and it did lead me to the silly string idea I ended up using, which didn't work for this. Maybe someone else found the solution. Someone else did.
Yeah, the calcification in the output definitely threw a wrench in your solves, because there's nowhere that you can slide, and there's nowhere you can slide from left to right and hit the calcifier. There's always going to be a fire that you would inadvertently calcify, and with no duplicator, you can't fix it.
Right. So, yeah, the design of the puzzle forces you to take care of that situation beforehand, and I guess it combines with the fact that the horizontal bonds are not consistent in that one of the monomers becomes impossible to do in height 4, and also the calcifiers. And also, I think that also ties into why turning duplicator off was important. I think. Alright,
Yeah.
as far as I can tell, next up is another XP2 solve.
This must be his first solve in chronological order.
I think so. The notes here are pretty short. They read, for me personally, I found that throughput was the most interesting metric. His half throughput with relatively simple machinery for said throughput. I definitely think it wins in terms of the best sounding solution. We did have some pretty good sounding solves for height, actually, but this is also good. This is the solve that he dropped an audio file for in the Discord, because I was asked if
Remember that.
I was asked if an audio file would count as a spoiler, and I'm like, nah, go for it. I did have to clarify it was a showcase solve, though, because if it was a scoring solve, I'd get a little antsy even about the audio file.
I remember when he posted that, and I guess that certainly shows the level that we are competing at. That an audio file of the bonds being made could be considered a spoiler. This is another elbows solve, and it's a very interesting monomer. We haven't seen this monomer.
We literally have not seen that monomer before. It's just like a double elbows monomer. Wow. New monomer unlocked, and we're, what, 5.5 hours in? God damn. Alright.
Riking posted in the chat, this is XP2's second solve, and so I think their first solve is still on the way.
Oh, okay. I think it might be the next one then. It clocks in at 270G. This looks kind of heightish. XP2 writes in the solution notes, a taller but prettier solution. For my own subjective assessment of simplicity, this is best.
Yeah, this is the same monitor, and Genius42 pointed out in the chat is that the double elbows like that does not work at height 4, which is why we haven't seen it yet.
Right, yeah, because that would also kill it for area. I do love that we're still finding new monomers this deep into the stream, though. That's amazing. But it does have to be said, this does allow for very simple monomer construction, because, yeah, elbows. Mm-hmm. We love elbows here at the Zorflex Tournament HQ.
If the input or the output doesn't have any elbows in it, you can just build your own.
Exactly. Alright, going down in terms of cost, next up is a 260G solution. It is Series. It is the Bestagon solve. It is our weekly customary Bestagon. So, the rule for Bestagon, I believe, is that you only have to fit one of the monomers in the Bestagon. It's a subjective rule, but I think it's a pretty good one, actually.
Series just showed up in the chat.
Oh, perfect timing. You got a good Cratelli. You got a good Bestagon. And you've worked around the fact that polymers are jank quite nicely.
It's a couple big length 3 swings. There it is. That the salt on arm 2 gets a big length 3 swing.
Oh yeah.
Onto the bond.
So Series writes in the solution notes, another interesting product, this one. It forms a thread which naturally twists around itself, creating a nicely coiled fuse. The triplex bonds are thus locked in place, unable to release their stored energy easily. Thus, the fuse can only be lit from the end unless you've got a very hot ignition source. Once you light it, it burns steadily, making for effective length-based timing as well. These pleasant properties of the finished product belie great difficulty in its assembly. Compressing it to fit in a chamber of this size makes every aspect of the assembly process frustrating. I've tried several times to accelerate the machine and always run into something being unable to move out of the way in time, or else unable to do everything quick enough. Still, my design is functional enough to produce nearly a foot of fuse in an hour, which is more than enough for anything I'd use it for.
Biggie points out that the grippers of the arms have to reach out of the hexagon in order to grab the polymer and bring it back.
Oh.
What do you think? Is it still legal?
I mean, if you ask me, that breaks Bestagon, but that seems like an annoying restriction, actually. It would seem to break Bestagon.
It would, yeah, it would definitely require. You wouldn't be able to push the polymer quite as far. You'd have to leave it one hex shorter than where it gets pushed to.
See, in a world where Bestagon gets added to the leaderboards, I'm not even sure we bother measuring it for polymers because it's just so jank. I don't know. It kind of fucks up the idea of Bestagon completely. So perhaps it's somewhat of a moot point. Moot point, I should say. Alright, next up is a 250G solve from Biggie. New solution 1. Speed solve? This looks pretty speed solve to me.
This looks like a speed solve.
Have you ever speed solved, Mad Master?
I did not. I am lucky if I download the puzzle on the first day.
I played the first two
Biggie
seasons.
says,
I played the first two speed solving seasons. It's fucking hard, actually.
I have not participated, but it sounds stressful.
It's stressful for like 10 minutes and then it's cool. Oh, well, unless
Biggie
it's this
said-
solve, which is less than 3 minutes apparently.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
So you're trying to fit that in and it just came in.
Who, apparently Mr. Puzzle, didn't he win the speed solve?
Oh, for week 7 Critelium.
Oh, that's the one he won. Well, I'll look forward to seeing that one in 2 weeks' time.
Alright. Next up is XP2. I think this is the last submission. So I think I did these in the complete wrong way around. And my game just crashed. Okay. I don't know why it's sometimes I just don't know why it fucking crashes. When are we getting week 6 lore? I'm gonna post it at the same time as the week 7 lore at this point, just so we can all like finish the story in one go. I'll be honest, I've just been like a little like tired and stressed out lately, and writing the lore's actually one of the more stressful jobs I've had this tournament, so I'm kind of managing myself there. I've kind of had to sacrifice being on time for the sake of not having to stress out about the lore so much. So that's the reason we don't currently have lore, but I fully intend to finish it. And when I do, I will give you the week 6 lore. Alright, so this, I think, is actually XP2's first solve. So, let me get cracking on the notes. A boring 4-height solution. I'm 100% confident that period 3 is possible, but I don't know enough to get anywhere. You can't let go at period 3 except for a debonder, or if you somehow manage to get at least one atom of whatever you're holding to be completely stationary for the cycle before your drop operation. But something 3i like should be workable.
I think. Oh, I was gonna say from reading XP2's messages in Discord, they think they have a very strong grasp of theoretically what is theoretically possible, what is what isn't, what is what can be done. but they're a new player, so it's theory and practice are often very far apart from each other.
Absolutely. So the notes continue. Since we only need a period 3 instruction tape, you can use multiple quote-unquote 3i arms to hopefully simplify things by a lot. At period 4, you can let go, but I still don't know enough to get anywhere at height 4. Let's see what the masters come up with. I've edited these notes several times already, but this one is important enough to mention as an edit. Period 2 may just barely be possible if you wand everything. Having a 3-atom input is really nice, since you can grab then move. This uses up your 2 instructions, but you can eventually move over a debonder to drop 1 or 2 atoms. 1 atom will necessarily become waste that will never be outputted, but it could still be used as a wand in theory. The important thing here is that a period 2 instruction tape doesn't mean period 2 movement. To make my point, I would like to refer you to the many 3i solves that have shown up for various puzzles. You have very limited track space since arm length can only go up to 3, but clever wanding should allow you to quote-unquote schedule individual manipulations of broken off atoms. I cannot even begin to imagine what this would look like, but I am 100% sure that period 2 is possible. I am less confident that it's possible in height 4, but I'm waiting for the top players to prove me wrong on my doubts. So I think that's a good shout. I don't think period 2 happens at height 4 because of the problem that I think Madmaster and Calliresis' solve highlights, which is that at period 2, the only way to do it is to have a shitload of arms around the inputs. And that's just not really happening at period 2. Oh, sorry, at height 4.
Yeah. I could post maybe I'll post a picture of it in Discord. I looked at period 2 for height, and I placed a whole bunch of arms, and I was able to get because mine was built with a stick with 40 atoms on it that then gets pushed around and into the heartbeat and then the C's to make the product, and it needed a stick of 40 atoms. I could get the 40 atoms at period 2, but it used so many arms clustered around the input, and it required like a length 3 arm facing upwards that you just can't do anything with them. And so I could get enough atoms, but I couldn't get them debonded and put into a stick. And so, I could do the movement at period 2. I could get enough atoms at period 2, but they couldn't be combined with each other to make a period 2 solve.
That honestly might be the only limiting factor that prevented a period 2. Otherwise, it might have fucking happened.
That would have been... somebody posted in chat, they were musing about period 2, and so I didn't know how serious they were being, and so I had to... that panicked me, and I was, oh no, am I overlooking something? Is there some forbidden tech I haven't seen yet?
Almost. Actually, so when playtesting, we were theorizing like what is min, and my playtesters were confident, like they were very confident that period 2 was impossible. I think they were a little overconfident, even though they did prove to be right, but I was like a little, wait a second, it's not easily impossible. I can almost imagine it, but then, yeah, I think it's only now that we're finding out about this, like, you simply don't have enough room to put arms around the input and then get all the, things that you chain out of that, like, forest, basically.
Zanuck pointed out in chat, they were the person that posted it.
Alright, next up, I believe, is a solve from Yosh. Who gave some 4? A fair crack. Nothing amazing, just some 4. I think it uses the traditional monomer. So yeah. I guess for some, yeah. With polymer, some you can't really ignore area if you're doing. I don't know how much. Yeah.
I guess if you're good enough, you can do a wiggle up and down like this one, but you certainly can't swing your product.
Mm. It's the old sum rule. Don't ignore area, just optimize it last.
Mm-hmm.
Relevant, with there being a sum puzzle right now. Brush up on your sum theory, everyone. Josh writes in the solution notes, I think I'm happy with the first 3 arms, but arm 4 is a major lol, how do I wrap up this solve moment. Ha, yeah, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. If you look at the instruction tapes, the other 3 arms are mostly full. Arm 4's got a lot of empty space and a lot of track that goes with it.
Yeah. Alright. Where are we at? Don't think we have too many to go. Alright, by my count, we've got 3 solves to go. First one is Foxy Haze. So I think this is related. This is related to the 69 area submission that Foxy Haze had. So this is the looping version. The lower bondo is used solely for looping, but it uses area already used by the solve, so no loss there. This would have been my main submission until I finally managed to 69. My 69 is based on this with slight changes, such as the calcifier location. Right, yeah.
That's definitely a convenient calcifier location, and I enjoy the arm on the input there. It can pivot up over the Critelli, right in the space between the polymer.
Yeah, Foxy Haze, I believe, was the person who put the calcifier way over here or something for their solve. So it was like it used, yeah. The actual 69 area solve has it in a, like, supremely inconvenient location. So this, my game crashed again. God damn.
Do you still have collision mode or non-collision mode turned on?
Yeah, I should. I'm just going to turn collision back on. I think I have it turned off still.
Wow.
I think that's why it's crashing on me. Alright, easy. Alright, I will take the hint from the universe that it's time to move on now.
Yep.
Next up is Haxton. I believe this is also a sum solve. Curious as to whether some wants to use 1 triplex bonder or 2. I do agree with the long ass track, even though it looks bad, because polymer sum is just like that sometimes. Pretty cheap. It actually looks like a pretty fun puzzle to sum optimize. I might have to give it a crack after the 20 ends.
Yeah, this looks pretty solid.
Yeah, pretty clean.
The long track, it has to push it far, but and it uses two triplex bonders, but it's reasonably fast.
There's a couple of some records for polymer puzzles that just have that long ass track. So like it's just a necessary evil, which kind of sucks for some, because you kind of hate it when some looks jank, but that is to say, it is, yeah, it could be optimal. It is a good idea. Alright. Gonna wrap it up. This last solve does not finish. But this is who's the 94 that got away. Who writes delete arm 5, which I believe is that one, or pause at cycle 94. No need to spend more than a minute showing the solve. I had many attempts that came quite close to 4R input, but always needed one more thing. Whether a length 4 piston, or single overlap, or a duplication glyph. This was the cleanest such attempt, and the only one that made it out of my notebook into the computer. So going back one last time to this remarkably simple build a brick, fix everything in post.
This was who managed to avoid one of the wrong bonds, but
yeah,
that horizontal bond on the top caught him up.
I don't think there's a way to fix that either. I think that's just the idea dead right there and then.
Yeah.
The 94 what? It would have been 94 cycles at height 4, period 4. Alright, I just looked at the stream time, and I would like to keep this under 6 hours if I can. So, that wraps us up. I guess, alright, one last thing. I will show the, week 7 puzzle. Let me just throw that in the old puzzle folder real quick. So, next week is our big finale. It is Crytelium. It is a difficult fucking puzzle. It has 3 metrics, not 2. You will only be scored on 2 metrics, so keep that in mind. But your rankings will still count towards all 3 metrics. So if you want to like push people down or whatever, that will work. If you want to like come first in all 3 metrics, it will affect the scoring. If you got the stomach for that kind of thing, anyway. But yeah, Crytelium. The metrics are rate, instruction secondary, sum, and TI. So I've been holding on to this puzzle for a very long time. Not this exact iteration, but I've been trying to spring this one on the community, and I've finally gotten my excuse. So I hope you guys have fun with it. I really genuinely do hope you have fun with it, but like in a final boss kind of sense. Like it's the Dark Souls of tournament puzzles, you know?
I am looking forward to it. Although I must say it looks intimidating. There's a lot of metal there.
Thanks for joining me. By the way, Man Master.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm glad to hear from Fiesta and Kazian. They did great as hosts.
Yeah, fucking absolutely. All right. Thank you all for watching. I will see you back here 2 weeks from now for the Crytelium stream and wrap things up for the tournament once and for all. Thank you very much. Catch you next time.
Take care, everyone.